Eko, a professor of the Wits School of Governance and a state capture GCIS whistleblower.
Good morning, delegates. Good morning. Leadership of Action SA, led by our former mayor in Johannesburg, Herman Mashaba. We've been trying to organize a golf game with him, but he's been running away from me, so I don't know how to explain that. Thanks for the opportunity to speak to you this morning. Like politicians, academics welcome every opportunity to speak to anyone who's willing to talk, to listen. And it is my pleasure to actually be with you this morning. I've been asked to speak about fixing the country and what political parties can do. My view is that if you want to fix the country, you first need to have a good understanding of what problem we are trying to solve. Because failure to do this leads to what I call short-termism and putting band-aid to real problems that exist in society. Many make the mistake of looking at today's problems and losing sight of the future that we should be building together. That's part of being short-term focused. Yes, poverty, unemployment, inequality, hunger, corruption are some of the major priorities that need our attention as a country. And I trust that in your conference, you would have come up with policies that will take our country forward. Short-termism, in my view, leads to an idea that throwing money at problems will solve them. And it is my considered view that money doesn't solve our problem. Problem is that money must first be made before it is spent. And in our context, we all know that our economy is underperforming substantially. We're battling to grow beyond 1%. And money often runs out, especially if you don't plan properly. And in our case, money is running out of state coffers. A lot of factors contribute to this. Many of these include the lack of policies, sustainable policies, that could grow our economy. We're today living in the dark because of problems such as load shedding. A lot of these have to do with poor planning, but also the scourge of corruption that is facing our country. But I argue that many of the problems that our society faces are structural in nature and deeply rooted in the political economy of the country. And unless and until we address these structural injustices facing our nation, our problems will persist. Fundamentally, we need to break with our colonial past as a country, where a selected few control the economy and an even more selected few control and run our political structures. And both of these forces are not accountable to citizens. The relationship and common interest between those two forces have full control over our citizens and power to the exclusion of the majority. It is my view that we need to make sure that we strengthen structures of accountability so that those who run the economy can also make a contribution to growing our country and our economy, and those who run our government are also held accountable. In the short term, I believe that we need to fix governance by ensuring that our citizens come first. An important part of that fight is to make sure that we address the scourge of corruption that is having a dire impact on our society and our citizens. We need to build an efficient and ethical state that is also accountable to citizens. We need to change power relations between the haves and the have-nots, because the majority of our citizens feel completely excluded from the economy and from governance. And as a result of that, we are the most unequal society in the world. And unless we address this, we're not likely to actually have a successful country. We also need to find better ways of insulating and professionalizing the public service, and also make sure that those who are given responsibility to manage and run all our governance structures, including state-owned enterprises, are people with a commitment to serve, are skilled and committed to justice, achieving justice in our society. And part of this problem is also contributing to the crisis that we're facing as a nation. We are entering a very interesting phase as a country, the phase of coalitions. It is my view, colleagues and friends, that we need to discourage what I call transactional coalitions that are purely based on patronage and it's our time to eat mentality. It is the duty of all political parties who are going to be part of coalition governments to make sure that citizens come first and not leaders of the political parties. We need to make sure that as these coalition governments are put in place, we're seeing them in local government, we may see them at a provincial level, we may also see coalition governments at a national level. But what's important is that each and every party that's going to be part of these coalitions takes the responsibility of governance very seriously and make sure that they are not just in it to get their people, their own members elected or appointed into senior positions, despite the fact that they may not have the necessary skills and capacities to govern. In other words, coalitions must be about, it's our time to serve our people and not time for lining our pockets. I'm going to rush through this very quickly. I've been given only 10 minutes to finish. Political parties like yourselves, in my view, have a responsibility to defend what I call constitutionalism. In other words, our constitution, the supreme law, must come first, and everything that we do must be done to fulfill the goals and objectives as stated in our constitution. There are many who are beginning to argue that our constitution is not serving our people. I think that's very simplistic. It is our failure to implement what the constitution says that is a problem. There is a view starting to emerge in our society that begins to suggest that, in fact, Parliament must be supreme as opposed to the Constitution. This temptation must be resisted at all costs. Secondly, political parties must support electoral reform, whose primary objective must to give power back to citizens and make sure that every elected leader is actually accountable to citizens. We must defend our judiciary, ladies and gentlemen. All attempts to undermine our judiciary will also have the effect of giving too much power to our political leaders. We see what's happening in many countries. Zimbabwe is a classical example where even the judiciary has been totally captured. And it is not possible for the judiciary to make sure that the executive is held accountable and observes the laws of our country. Political parties like yourselves have a responsibility to design impactful and appropriate policies. And it is my hope that, in fact, in your conference, you have come up with policies that will take our country forward. My criticism of all political parties, including yourselves, is that not enough money is spent, your own money, not the citizens' money. Very little money is spent on policy research, analysis, and design, as opposed to the amount of money that we spend producing T-shirts and posters. I think that it's important for us to begin to realize that if we want to really transform our society, we got to make sure that we spend enough time designing policies and implementation plans that will make it possible for us to transform and achieve our objectives as a nation. Policies can feed a nation because if you design good policies, you will be able to solve many of the socioeconomic problems facing our country. And it is my view that posters do not feed citizens, but sometimes do feed political leaders. I expected a clap on that. The next challenge you face as political parties is to make sure that you also professionalize your party and make sure that you run your party in a way that makes politics attractive to young people. This is because when there's so much corruption and so many things going wrong in society, and everything about governance is associated with corruption and wrongdoing, that has a tendency of discouraging young people from participating in politics. We need to go back and make politics sexy again so that young people can come in and bring skills. And you can do this by making sure that as you elect your leaders, you make sure that you choose the best among yourselves to become your leaders, because at the end of the day, if all political parties don't elect the most talented of their members to be their leaders, then we're going to have many of our governance structures not able to perform the tasks that they're supposed to perform. I'm pleased that you've agreed to invite an academic such as myself, and I just learned that you also had somebody, a professor from the Wits School of Governance yesterday again, and the point is, don't fear intellectuals. They will help you to design the most appropriate policies that will make citizens be able to listen to you as a political party. They are your best friend. I also need to make this point, that very often, because it is expensive, I know, to run a political party, you then have the challenge of relying on funders to be able to function as a political party. But retain your independence as a party. Because sometimes funders will say there's no free lunch. Yes, take their money, but retain your independence and ability to run your own parties. I think the best gift that political parties can give to our citizens is to make sure that you elect the best among yourselves, because if you do so, we will end up with smarter, hardworking members of parliament, smart, hardworking councillors and ministers. So it is vital that as you choose your leaders, I know this is not your electoral conference, but in your future conferences, make sure that you elect ethical, honest, and hardworking leaders, because in doing that, our citizens benefit. I hope that your conference, your policy conference, has produced policies that will take our country forward, and I'm looking forward to reading the outcomes of this conference. I thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you very much. That was A wonderful way to start the day, and so much for us to take on board as we begin the considerations of our third and final day of our policy conference. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we will begin with our first policy discussion of the day, an important topic. The topic is rural development and traditional affairs. And may I say, colleagues, there has been some competition around the speaker's table. We have allocated as much time as we can this morning, but may I ask, on this subject, if we could ask those from the cities to stand back and allow those from our rural provinces to fill that speaker's table today. We want to hear from them. Thank you very much. Over to you, production table.
Rural communities are the heartland of our country and the backbone of our food supply, and yet they are too often left in the shadow of our cities, forgotten by our government. Action SA is committed to ensuring that we conserve our heritage and traditions, and that the rural areas of our nation are not left behind, but are propelled into a future filled with opportunities and development. We have traveled the gravel roads and crossed the rolling hills to hear your concerns, from the lack of basic services to the complexities of traditional governance. We have listened. Your voices have illuminated the unique challenges that rural communities face, from the decay of local economies to the pressing need for social infrastructure like schools and clinics. Agriculturalists, governance experts, and traditional leaders have been part of our discussions. They have emphasized the importance of diversifying rural economies, improving governance, and respecting the role of traditional systems, all while aligning with constitutional principles. Today, we are unveiling policies that are deeply rooted in our national heritage and your lived experiences. These policies aim to revitalize our rural areas, from empowering emerging farmers to enhancing local governance and recognizing the value of our traditional leaders. We introduced the draft policy panel on rural development and traditional affairs. Please welcome the co-chairperson of the Rural Development and Traditional Affairs Policy Panel, Motutlegi Hosi Kwena Mangope.
Ke a dumedisa ba gaetsho nte ke dumedise tautona le matautona mashaba ke re wa tlhaba ka dinaka di iname wa ngapa ka dinala o di gonyeditse wa re mongwe le mongwe o ga matsagabo wa tla wa lemoga ka bonako gore mphemphe wa lapisa motho o kgonwa ke sa gago jaanong re lemoge ba gaetsho gore bogosi kupe bo na le beng ba bone a ke simolole tautona ke gore ke re amogela boikobo ba ga kgosi Seatlholo, National Chairperson of House of Traditional Leaders. Ki boe gape ke re wa amogele boikobo ba ga Kgosi Maotwe, Provincial Chairperson of House of Traditional Leaders in the Northwest. Mr. President, I choose not to be too long-winded on this subject because my co-chair will come and add meat to what I'm going to lay before you. Traditional leaders and the institution of royalty play an important role in our national identity and our heritage. Royalty is the custodian and is obligated to reflect and represent it. We must ensure that our approach towards traditional leadership and royalty systems balances and respect the traditional systems with fundamental principles of our constitutional democracy. Section 212 of the Constitution states that national legislation may provide for a role for traditional leadership as an institution at local matters affecting local communities. Section 81 of Municipal Structure Act of 1998 compels traditional councils to take part in municipal systems, to approve, adopt, and implement matters affecting communal activities. Common statutory obligations for traditional leadership and municipalities to work together to improve local and rural economies. Promoting indigenous knowledge systems for sustainable development. Integrating indigenous knowledge and available scientific research outcome to prevent and mitigate disasters. Cooperation with any relevant ward committee established in terms of Section 73 of the Local Government and Municipal Structure Act 1998, number 117 of 1998. Ladies and gentlemen, contrary to the prevailing notion that royalty should not engage in politics, in fact, royalty should ensure good governance and should keep in mind the welfare and upliftment of future generations, not necessarily next elections. Delegates, yes, indeed it is a noble endeavor that you are taking to fix South Africa. But I must deviate a little bit and say to you all delegates, I want to insist that much as we fix South Africa and we are committed to do so, it is my responsibility and your responsibility to fix yourself first. We can never be able to fix South Africa lest we are fixed. Kwena is fixed, and you make sure that you are fixed. It's your responsibility to fix yourself, to be at peace with your environment, be at peace with yourself before you fix South Africa. When the 12 disciples of God felt that the commands of Jesus Christ were too heavy to bear, they then said to him, your tasks are too heavy. And he said what it is that I should do to help you. And then the answer came, strengthen our faith. Now I want to insist that actioners, you are the disciples of Action SA as a party. You are not going to serve your own self-interests. If I were to detect that there are self-interests, Tautona, o itse gore nna ke a go boela go morago. Those parties that undermine the institution of Bogosi, ke rata ke le bolella lona makoko ao gore you are doing that at your own peril. Ke a leboga ba gaetsho a re le tlo ga fa le tloge fa ka kagiso le kagisanyo ke lo rapella pholo ya mele re se ke be ra lebala ba gaetsho re se ke be ra lebala ra tloga ra iphitlhela re tlhamuketse ga ke itse ra le itse go tlhamukela ke re se ke be ra tlhamukelwa re itse gore re direla modimo o tshelang ka gore re direla batho ba modimo o tshelang ke a leboga.
To elaborate on the draft policy on rural development and traditional affairs, please welcome the co-chairperson of the Rural Development and Traditional Affairs Policy Panel, Umpangazitha Zwagele Mwango.
Yabona kuba mude linda idalelwe thina abantu abathi thank you Tate Nkwenya. I think firstly for me from onset I must say, colleagues, we had engagements with traditional leaders, but we also realized that it doesn't only limit to rural leaders. So we believe that after passing this draft policy, we need to further engage other traditional leaders like traditional healers and religious leaders. It was really something that we couldn't do because of time constraints, but we must engage them. And I must say, colleagues, traditional healers are mainly used by most people here. It's just they don't post on Facebook when they go to traditional healers, but they do go. They only post when they go to a doctor. I must say also, colleagues, the draft before you, this policy is actually a pillar of social justice. If Action SA can prioritize this policy and get implemented properly, you will be able to address a lot of challenges. Throughout this post-conference, you've been engaging about urbanization. And what this policy seeks to do is to empower people in rural areas, because most rural people go to urban areas because of opportunities. But trust me, as someone from rural areas, I would like to stay in my area. I don't want to go to the city. Nothing fancy about the city. We have a land to use in rural areas. We just don't have opportunities. So what Action SA is doing now is to say, let's empower people where they are. Let's empower people in rural areas. Let's make sure that we've got infrastructure in rural areas. Let's make sure we've got better schools in rural areas. Because there is no use to say you give a child free education, which is not a quality education though. Because most parents decide to migrate to cities only because they're looking for quality education. Because in rural areas, we can't get quality education, because we all want better future for our children. So these policies seek to say, you can still prosper while you are there, where you are in rural areas. So we also believe, if implemented properly, if people get support to utilize land, there are small farmers in rural communities. They need support from government. And we are saying, Action SA, I'm glad now we've got Opportunity Fund. And the issue about economic justice, trust me, the majority of black people that were sidelined by apartheid system from the mainstream economy come from rural areas. And if you empower them, you already empowered a majority of black people in this country. We have challenges in cities of housing backlog. And I can tell you, this policy, once you develop people in rural areas, you won't have a challenge of backlogs of housing in urban areas, because there'll be no influxing in urban areas. And I can also share with you, as someone in rural areas, we are able to do things in rural areas. We don't wait for handouts. All we need is support from government. So this policy is actually addressing that part. And what also we are saying in this policy is that South Africa recognizes traditional leadership structures which coexist alongside our parliamentary systems of governance. This sometimes leads to complexities because there's always a question about role and powers of traditional leaders. Here we are defining clearly the role of traditional leaders when it comes to democratic systems. We are saying there should be a proper way of councils, how they engage with traditional leaders. There is no way we can continue allowing Amakosi to go and sit in council and clap hands without having a voice. And we are saying Amakosi knew long ago how to manage land in rural areas. So we must stop this notion of thinking the special zoning that come with the Western approach is the best than all. I can tell you, Amakosi knew long ago, even our forefathers, they knew which side of the land for farming, which side of the land for residential, which part of land is good for grazing. So meaning they knew exactly what inkomo zidla kuphi, bahlala kuphi abantu. So asingaqhamuki manje ngazuthi into entsha sisiyatshela ukuthi mina sakhe kuphi. And on top of that, uma ubuka izikhukhula zayingenzeke emakhaya. Namanje zenzeki indaba because they knew ukuthi umhlaba kumele usebenze kanjani. You see these things emadolobheni because kwakhiwa noma ikuphi. So let's empower abantu emakhaya namakhosi indlela abasebenza ngayo. And what we are saying in this policy, agriculture is a core of rural economy. If we ensure that people in rural areas, because they know best, they know how to farm. And all we keep complaining about food security, but we are not providing them that access to finances. And also, we are saying in this policy, let's find ways of financing people in rural areas. Because while we understand the notion of title deeds, but at the moment, there are challenges because different provinces have different ways of managing land. Like in Ngonyama Trust in KZN, it's a trust which do allow people to start businesses. But in other provinces, they don't have that. But also in other provinces, you have a minister of land deciding on who can use the land. But it's not the same in all provinces. So we are saying there was a call from other provinces to say they like the format of Ngonyama Trust. But what it does, it gives power back to Amakosi, who can decide over the land, not the minister. So what we are saying as well, the land is an important concern, and especially in rural communities. Our approach to land reform must ensure that more equitable process is input into place and more people can have access to land ownership. But also we must say what we mean by land ownership. We are saying banks today demand title deeds. We are saying Action SA. When we get to power in this policy, we must be able to communicate with banks to allow the current ways of how Amakosi allocate land to its own people. And the banks must fit into the system. Why it must be imposed that people must get title deed when we're in government if system is working in rural areas? For example, I can tell you, you can come with an approach of saying, you demand title deed for me to prove I own the land. But trust me, in rural areas, the way that's been used over years of a title deed is a grave of your forefathers. It's a grave. If you can able to say, this is a grave of my grandfather, that's your title deed. Why can't we get a system that aligns itself with our own traditions? Why must change our traditions to fit in a Western approach? This policy says, let's have... So, what we are saying as well, Translate does play an important role in our national identity and our heritage. We must ensure that our approach towards traditional leadership system balances the respect of tradition with the fundamental principles of our constitutional democracy. But I want to go further in terms of what exactly we have to achieve out of this policy. We need to enrich governance practices in rural municipalities to provide basic foundation of economic growth and opportunity. Increased access to quality services in rural communities is critical aspects of unlocking economic diversification. Improving the quality of life in rural areas. Review feasibility of introducing rural allowances for professional managers to attract skills and, in terms of public servants in rural municipalities. Because most of the cases, you'll find that those with skills are not prepared to work in rural areas because it's so difficult even to get access to water, electricity, infrastructure like roads. So we are saying we need to ensure that the environment in rural areas is conducive, even for professionals to go and work in areas. But at the meantime, we are saying, as Action SA, we must give allowances to professionals and attract them to come and work in rural areas. What you're also saying, we must allocate sufficient resources towards investment in economic resources in rural areas, focusing on roads, energy, water, and sanitation. I can tell you, colleagues, if we can get this right, it means investors will be able to invest in rural areas. If we've got proper roads, we're able to provide our communities with water and sanitation, because that's all basic needs they need. We need to ensure that sufficient access to fit-for-purpose social infrastructure, including clinics, schools, police stations, and courts. Invest in providing wireless internet connection for rural communities. Why someone must travel all the way from a rural area to a city to have a connection? We must make sure that this policy says we must make sure that people in rural areas have a connection like everyone else. We need to improve support of agricultural industry, emphasizing a balance between industry diversification, job creation, food security, and export promotion. And we are saying here, we must ensure that those who are in agriculture are able to be connected with the main industries, because there is no use to promote people to go back in farming when you can assist them with the market. So also there must be a way where Action SA in government assists small farmers where they are able to trade what they are farming, because there is no use, honestly. They farm but they don't eat. So what we are saying also, we need to prioritize successful and effective implementation of existing programs aimed at rural land reform and ensure the rights of beneficiaries. We are saying partner land reform projects with extensive farmers in terms of support, providing financing and technical assistance and market access. Create legal certainty surrounding the interpretation of land rights under customary law, not Western law. We have customary law. Get it to work. Don't force customary laws to be changed to fit in other laws. So what we are saying as well as intervention, implement actual internships, mentorships that build commercial farming skills amongst emerging farmers. They are emerging farmers. They all need support. Promote development of linkages between rural areas and economic centers. Connect rural areas and major cities. Don't force people to move from rural areas to major cities. Connect them. That's what we are saying in this policy. So we are saying improve access to finance and credit in rural areas, by partnering with private sector financing institutions to provide fit-for-purpose financing. So it is possible to finance people in rural areas. Include traditional and rural leaders in relevant governance processes. Tatikwena spoke about this. There is a need to ensure that there is a clear working relationship between those in government and traditional leaders. We are saying they must be empowered to go all out to engage with potential investors. It can't be left with politicians to only engage with possible investors. Traditional leaders knows the needs of their communities. We are saying in this policy, empower them to do that. We are saying, in closing, we can really deal with the issue of food security if we are able to implement this policy. The challenges also we saw in our discussion was that there's a migration trend that concentrates resources in urban areas where even the funding model is not really helping rural municipalities. We are saying in this policy, we need to review the funding model because currently the funding model look at the population in cities and those voting in cities and ignore the fact that those who move themselves from rural areas to urban areas is because they look for opportunities. Then the budget end up injected mainly in urban areas, in major cities, in metros, and rural areas don't get enough funding. I can tell you, for example, if you look at small municipalities, you will find that their entire budget is a budget of parks and recreation in eThekwini. Just a portion of a department is expected to fund the entire municipality. How you expect this municipality to progress and able to support communities if you don't have enough resources? So we are saying Action SA government must ensure that the formula is changed where more money is injected in rural areas so we can develop people in rural areas. We also say there should be sufficient oversight mechanism in terms of ensuring that rural municipalities are not collapsing. Hence, we are saying there must be a clear role of traditional leaders to play oversight as well to politicians in government. But as well, we are saying we also need to define the role of traditional leaders in communities because they are also getting paid by taxpayers. They must also be accountable to the public. So we are saying there must be a clear definition of their role. It mustn't be ambiguous because at the moment, some don't understand what induna yenza induna, anginokusho yenza induna. But some of us who stay in rural areas, we know what induna is sebenza ukudlula ikhansela kwesinye isikhathi. We know that, but it's not written down. So we are saying in this policy, we must clear in terms of the role of amakhosi and also develop abantu basemakhaya. So with that, we hope that we'll have a fruitful discussion and a debate on this policy. And also I must say we were excited because there were views from different communities, there were views from those who stay in rural areas, who live the experience, who understand what it means to live in rural areas, but also those who are outside who had their views, and we appreciate your input. Thank you.
To give an expert perspective on rural development with a focus on the agricultural sector, please welcome Dirk Hanekom from Agri-All Africa.
Good morning, everybody. Well, I must say the first thing that drew my attention was the beautiful light green colors, because there's nothing that speaks to the heart of a farmer than spring. And that it's a sign of growth. So for me to be here today with an almost impossible task is to address what I think is snippets or teasers, I've called them, of things that needs to be considered by means of the little bit of experience that we've built up in Agri-All Africa. But firstly, to the chairman and the leader of Action SA, and the executive, all the traditional leadership, all the Khozis, and if I look here at the back, it's wonderful to see one of my colleagues that we share the military background, and all you as Congress participants with such a positive attitude. It's really a privilege to be here. Thank you very much. So, in giving a 9-minute opening up of what my experience was in action in agriculture, I was asked to portray the relationships with Africa and highlight it, because if I address the total agricultural sphere, it's going to be extremely difficult. So if you see that picture, you will see on the left-hand top corner, Ekurhuleni Africa. Now, Ekurhuleni Africa was born out of organized agriculture, and it's important when we discuss policy and the policy environment, and especially policy advocacy, to realize in the space of agriculture it's extremely important that government on all levels, the state machinery and the private sector needs to work hard, hand in hand. The information that we act upon is extremely important to be accurate. That must be focused on economic and agricultural growth. And for that, we really need to take hands. And what is in the last 10, 20, 30 years emerged, it's certainly extremely important to look at rural development and deep rural strategies for agriculture. But we must realize that only 25% of our local population in 10, 15 years' time will be in the rural areas. The rest will be in cities. So the urban environment and the rural environment are equally important in this environment. And All Africa grew out of Agri-SA. Now, Agri-SA, NAFO, AFASA, TAU are all organized agricultural structures. And you must please realize that organized agriculture's policy advocacy platforms that inform government of certain things in the agricultural sector that needs to be addressed, that we can work hand in hand. So it's extremely important to recognize that as people in government choose, that there's something that really influences everybody. And one of the things I think is, while we sit at the moment in South Africa with a little bit of a divide and rule approach in terms of organized agricultural influences, it's much more important to actually get initiatives like the Agri-Sector Unity Forum, where people with farming in mind really speak out of one mouth and push politics a little bit back and focus on successful primary agriculture. Because if we don't open up the agricultural value chain with successful farmers on the ground, we cannot do anything else in the rest of the value chain. And for that, we need strong leadership. So that's the first element. And I'm so glad that Khosi Kwena, Mangope, the rest, the point which I was listening to, the attitude and aptitude problems start with ourselves. We need to fix ourselves as individuals, because if you can't accept accountability and responsibility, you cannot be an effective farmer. And that's what we stand for. Therefore, Agri-All Africa moved from organized agriculture, and we moved into agricultural value chain space all over Africa. Currently, 4,500 South African farmers are involved in 45 countries all over the continent and different levels of activity in agriculture. So what we've learned, and so I'm going to share with you in a very short space of time. You will see in the right-hand corner at the bottom, the African continent is there. We've been for too long, we've been divorced for Africa. We're part of this continent. And why is it important? We must realize that South Africa only has about 3.5% of the really fertile land in southern Africa, for instance. But we still produce 72% of the fresh produce. Why? It's because we have organized ourselves. We've got technology, we've got access to finance, which Africa doesn't have. We've got a commercial approach. No matter if you're a small farmer or a big farmer, if you don't make profit and you don't deal with farming as a business, you will not survive. You need to accept that right from the outset. Now, in South Africa, and some of the speakers have addressed that, from a policy point of view, we sit with the advantage that we have title deeds in this country, but the problem currently in South Africa is that title deeds are not being bestowed back to the owners. Land reform, people don't get title deeds back because that's the collateral that ensures your finance. So whether we like it or not, that's one aspect that needs to be addressed. And Africa is worse because the only other country that's got title deeds as we have is actually Zambia. And with that situation, it forces policy makers that we should move away from collateral financing of agricultural operations towards production finance, which means if you want to start a business and you can't offer the land as collateral, there must be much bigger support on the side of production. So I want to address that, and I've learned in Africa it is possible. Banks don't like it because they don't take risk. But that's really one aspect that we need to look at. In the middle of that wheel, agriculture is all about growth. If you're docile and you don't move forward and you can't grow, you will die on your farm if you can't make profits. You have to be active and ensure that the business are you engaging in grow and that you make money and you create wealth. If you create individual wealth, it will rub off on the communities around you. And that is your insurance ticket. If you don't make, and that's the mistakes we've made here in the past. You can't create wealth for yourself and around you there's poverty and so on, and labor that's not being educated and have access to improve their own and really to develop their own talents that's God-given. You need to be seen that you understand the interdisciplinary nature of what agriculture actually encompasses. Going to the different slides there now, yeah, I've just listed that there's 10 of them. You will see that little snippets, pieces of the cake. I'm going to address some of them very quickly, just to open up your minds of why, firstly, the agricultural environment must be seen as a cross-section of the economy, but it's also a cross-section of political, cultural, social life. Nowhere we can move in agriculture where education, infrastructure, energy, water, labor, health is not involved. So if I look at that first, light green, government responsibility, please know that you've got the responsibility to understand that it's agriculture, and I'm very glad in your policy environment you did not single out agriculture on its own. It's part of a bigger environment, part of a bigger community. But please be focused also when you address the success of agriculture as a commercial enterprise. Government needs to be very strict in seeing that there's incentives on the ground, that policies are being implemented where everybody has got free access to funding. And if you look to Africa, I think the time is ripe that we realize that the land situation and the restoration of land rights, not only in South Africa, but it is shown up in other places, that 65% of all land in Southern Africa and 82% of all rural lands and plots are not in any regulatory environment. So there's a massive, massive opportunity for us with that little bit of the fertile land that we have and the problem we have with water from a policy point of view, and it should be part of our foreign policy, in fact, that we have to use our access to technology, to funding and our expertise, like we're doing at the moment in inaugural Africa, to reach out to these people to really optimize the access to water. Over 45% of the world's agricultural water resources and over 40% of the world's best agricultural land are found in Africa. That just speaks to reason that we, who sit here in the Southern Point, must use our our expertise on the consultation part, policies, our technology and commercial farming background to help Africa, because our own economy will benefit by means of the technical products and services that will flow from here. And we can re-export, and therefore policies in Africa must focus on improved inter-Africa trade, removing obstacles, make platforms that's being created, NEPAD, for instance, the regional economic growth communities in Africa. We can play a leading role in that to ensure that the obstacles are removed. And with that, governments must do the constitutional thing by creating the environment where, and you will see this mentioned there, a number where the opportunities and challenges lie in the area of infrastructure improvement, that's telecommunication, roads, rail, ports, airports, all of that, water and energy, extremely important. We must not talk about it. If there's no will to implement these things, it's going nowhere. There's massive, massive documentation available. In fact, I'm sitting here with a document in front of me, which I will gladly refer to you. At the bottom it says it was written by Wandile Shilombo of ACBIS, of the African paradox. We talk and we've got the nicest plans, but it's not being implemented. We sit with all the resources, but it's not being exploited to the advantage of the inhabitants of this continent. Let's do something about that. I want to move to another point there. See, I'm running out of time, and that's the question of farmers. If you look at Africa today, I don't know if you realize that 78% of all farmers in Africa, and small-scale farmers, are women. The second point is the average age of commercial farmers have gone up in the last 25 years in South Africa from the age of 53 to almost 64 now. Some of the speakers said, where's the youth? I can promise you, if you address the situation the right way, there's more money to be made, more impact to be made in the agriculture environment than sitting behind the desk with a nice tie on. And I must say, agriculture is a long-term business, which means you've got a better luck and a better chance to succeed as a farmer because you're long-term orientated. Politicians are normally short-lived, I'm sorry to say. But we need each other. So the focus on the youth and the women extremely important, and not to be politically correct. For me, if I start projects in Africa and some of the leading community female members are not there, they're the custodians of discipline, structure, being timers where they need to be, and they seriously put food on the table. The men normally, and sorry I'm pointing fingers to myself, we are hunter and gatherers, so sometimes we lose the ball. We need to empower women for this job that they're doing to make sure that they've got access to funding, access to land, and it's a challenge because I know culturally, when you talk about cultural land and so on, there might be problems there, but we must find ingenious ways how to deal with that. Sad to say, our biggest export product today in South Africa is the export of commercial farmers. People, you're sitting around here, and it's not only white farmers. There's a lot of black farmers and expertise and intellectuals leading this country. We must hang on to our people. I must say, those that's in Africa keep their relationships here, and they prefer to go to Africa, not to go to Australia and Canada and USA. They want to stay in this continent. Let's treasure them, and saying that, they must also, the farmers, and I'm working on it, it's all about attitudes. If we keep attitudes positive, reach out to one another, accept the principle of love towards one another. In my case, we carry the light that I've learned from my parents and the way I was brought up in my belief system. In my case, it's Christian, but I've worked in a lot of Muslim countries as well. I found the same sort of approach there, the religion, when they act and you reach out to people around you, if the attitudes are right, you can go far. Extremely important point that I want to raise, is technology. All of us can educate ourselves today by using our cell phones. There's extremely efficient training programs, certification, graduate programs there to do recognition of diseases, how to farm. It's almost, with the knowledge available, is almost overbearing. But the technology on the ground means we do not need to use the pick and the hoe and the wheelbarrow anymore. There's a place for it to teach you, but really embrace the technological environment. And from a policy point of view, we need to enhance our interest and the knowledge about this environment. I can keep you busy hours and hours on end with this. To be food secure, and I think I'm going to stop there now, because otherwise I'm going to steal some of the time of the speakers. Think about it. Food secure, in essence, is not to have enough food available. We know in this world that in South Africa we have enough food. The trouble lies with the logistics, how to get the food reserves and food piles to the people, the poorest that need it most, at a cost-effective way, and to make sure that the price that the farmer gets, that the farmer becomes a price maker again, and not being run by a lot of retail stores that forces them to accept the price where you can't make your business cycle work anymore. If you don't have a profit in your next financial cycle, you're going to stop farming. So, I think it's an extremely important point, and food secure for me, by definition, is the ability to create wealth by using agricultural means to have enough money, actually, to buy or to produce the nutrients that your body needs. If you're in an area like in the Sahara, or a country like Japan, they simply don't have land to farm, but they use their technological skills, industrial skills, to buy and beneficiate certain products, and from that they live. Certain other countries live in desert areas. They use the gas and the oil they have to be food secure. They buy it. And when you open up that relations, new opportunities arise from logistics, traveling, insurance, implements, packaging, laboratory work, scientific work. We must look at value chain, value chain, value chain. There's so massive, such massive opportunities that lie there. To conclude, I'm very excited to the way you've categorized your policy approach. I could just highlight a few items. I'll be gladly engaging, I think, in the hard work that comes now. Because in essence, a policy is as good as the way successfully implemented. And for that, you need to be extremely strict on your monitoring and evaluation processes of where you're going with your policies. Good luck with the rest of the conference. Thank you to have been part of it.
Thank you very much to Dirk for those insightful remarks, and what a wonderful setting of the scene ahead of what promises to be a lively and lengthy debate with 35 speakers already confirmed. We are going to have a good discussion, but what excites me is I see these speakers are from the provinces we need to hear from in this debate, so I very much look forward to that. We begin, however, with our amendments, the first of which is to be moved by Bongani Babizela, and there are two amendments, so he will have a double time allocation in order to deal with that.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chairperson. Good morning to all the delegates. I'm going to delve quickly into my amendment. First of all, let me contextualize what I'm about to deliver as an amendment to the delegates. Most of our South Africans, in particular black South Africans, come from rural areas which are under traditional leadership. Traditional leaders moshati, dikgosi, are very, very key in our society. It is for this reason that I wish to propose these amendments and pray that they will find your favorable consideration. Capacitation of traditional leaders. Implement a comprehensive training program for traditional leaders that include modules on management, basics of law, human rights, and multilingual communication skills. Allocate resources for the development and delivery of these training programs, aiming to enhance leadership and governance capacities of the traditional leaders. Also, we need to have a link between our courts, especially traditional courts and magistrates' courts. Establish a formalized link between these two courts to ensure alignment in legal proceedings and judgments. Lastly, implement protocols for the seamless transfer of cases and information between the two types of courts, aiming to improve the efficiency and fairness of the judicial system. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Your next speaker is Ruben Masango.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, delegates. My amendment is the elimination of district municipalities. I'll talk to motivate the support because the amendment is up there, you can all see it. The definition of the district municipality is defined as category C, and also a municipality that does execute certain work that is done by local municipality. So it doesn't make sense why we have duplication of these activities. And if we can do more for local municipalities, we can have the best benefit. You look at municipalities like in my home area, Mpumalanga, you've got Enhlazeni, that sits in Bombela. You know, you've got Nkomazi municipality, that's far away from the seat of this particular district municipality. So if we empower this local municipality, you are able to get more work done, and we are able to improve the efficiency of the work delivered. Here in Gauteng, we've got Ekurhuleni municipalities that were struggling with, and now we are working towards dissolving this municipality. And Sedibeng, which is the district municipality, can't intervene. We have to go to the province to intervene. So why do we have these district municipalities? They are just there to suck out money and not properly deliver. It's like to suck out money and not properly deliver. It's like what we've discussed as I close, it's like what we are talking about where you have these deputy ministers and ministers. So the district municipality is like a deputy minister that doesn't deliver. So we need to change the situation. Thank you to the delegates.
Thank you. That's got to be the quote of the day so far. A district municipality is like a deputy minister. Yeah. The next speaker, Councillor Kolofelo Morodi.
I greet you in the name of social justice and political will. I greet you in the name of the warrior king, Ekurhuleni, whose village has 30 mines currently that are operational, but the people in that village don't have water. Children in Limpopo are drowning in pit toilets. They benefit nothing. The only thing that they get is potholes in their roads. Today, colleagues, I want you to exercise political will. Political will has shown to be exercised in Norway. Every time you go to Woolworths, when you look at that scale of Norwegian salmon that weighs 357 rand, know that 35% of that goes to the Norwegian citizens. They use that money to build all-age homes, they use that money to build schools, they use that money for the Norwegian pension fund. So delegates, political will is not something that exists in the sky. It's something that you have. And today I urge you to please support this amendment so that children in my village in Limpopo cannot drown in pit toilets, they can have proper toilets. Like when you look at that Norwegian salmon, you know that that government exercised their political will. You also have that political will. It's not something it's there far that you cannot buy. It's something that you can do today for those people in villages. My village does not have arable land. In fact, the Group Areas Act put us in a land where there is nothing. You can't grow, you can't plant anything. Our cows die in the winter. We can't buy lacerine to feed them. But what we do have, we've got minerals. And we want those minerals to benefit the people. You can do that. It's called political will. Vote yes for this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Your next speaker is Modise Mabeko from the Northwest.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Colleagues, greetings to our incoming Premier of Bokonibu Prima, Khosi Kweta Mangope, Madume Khosi. Only 4 points of submission to our policy. Farmers in rural areas must build better relationships with farm workers in view to develop them to become small-scale farmers who in future will produce own food in agricultural sector. Action SA should encourage these small developing farmers by supplying them with seedling. This will encourage relationship between farm workers and the employer by defeating crime in farming industries. Migration of rural communities to urban areas will be reduced by empowerment of farm workers through provision of seedling and other methods. Action SA must work together with traditional leaders in order to understand traditional council. This will enable the traditional leader to educate their communities. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Tolofelo Morare.
Yes. Okay. Greetings, Khosi Bangope and Khosi Masibi. My amendment is that Action SA, when we take over next year, should at least consider to building agricultural colleges for training and skills development. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up, Elijah Zondi, KZN, speaking in Zulu.
Ngiyanibingelela nonke ma delegates. Ngize lapha ukuzomukela iamendment ka Dr. Ubongane Mabizela ngokubaleka kakhulu ukuthi kufundiswe amakhosi kufundiswe nje nemiphakathi yonkana yakithi kwaZulu futhi okwesibili kufundiswe abelaphi bendabuko ngoba ngingomunye wabelaphi bendabuko obekhona iminyaka engamashumi amathathu manje siyafisa kakhulu ukuthi sithuthukiswe sifundiswe sibe ngabantu futhi abaziswayo nababukelekile emphakathini wakithi eNingizimu Afrika. Ngiyabonga.
Thank you very much. Next up, Margaret Sitao from the Northwest.
Thank you, Chair. Input on rural development issues. Agricultural sectors to be transformed for food production. Sufficient food should be provided to rural communities, especially the local farmers, to continue with production. Land bank should assist them financially and will pay after reaping. Rural economy. To diversify rural economy, women in rural areas need to be allocated land to be trained on farming so that they can transfer skills to other women and to be able to support their families and drive the economy up. Infrastructure. Infrastructure in rural areas is a barrier to economic opportunities. I urge Action SA to build roads and bridges. Local chiefs should take a lead in engaging government to improve infrastructure. Safety. Stock theft is a serious challenge in rural areas. Security should be strengthened to that effect. Visibility of police is key, and our communities should have trust in police. In conclusion, Mr. President, if Action SA can fail to deliver service after 2024, I'm telling you, politics will never forgive us. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Botsamai Motwana.
Thank you very much, and greetings to all the ambassadors. Chapter 12 of the Constitution obliterates the roles, powers, and functions of royal leaders and are ambiguous in the Traditional and Quiescent Act, which was invalidated by the Constitutional Court in May 2023. The current constitutional provisions have relegated royal authority to a lesser political status and role. The ownership of communal land has not been restored to its rightful owners. The Minister of Land Affairs is the nominal owner of communal land, which stifles rural communities to actively contribute to economic growth. Provincial and local houses of traditional leaders are dysfunctional because they are insufficiently funded. The infrastructure, technology, and human resources required to sufficiently run traditional councils are lacking. The challenges faced by royal leaders were tabled at various forums. The 2017 Traditional Leadership Indaba resolutions have not been implemented because of lack of political will from the ruling party. Action SA, as the government in waiting, must be ready to address the plight faced by royal leaders and reverse the empty promises that rural communities have been subjected to. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker, Victor Chwen.
Good morning, everyone. I cannot emphasize more on water scarcity in Limpopo. I think even our president knows that when you ever get to any village in Limpopo, the only cry is about water. Majority of our black South Africans migrated to urban areas, mainly because of commercial reasons. What is key is, as Action SA, we need to commercialize our small-scale mining in our communities. And there are quite a lot of number of things that we're going to have to look at in terms of commercializing. One of them mostly is water. We don't have water. You cannot farm without water. In Limpopo, where I come from, there's a fallow land under tribal authorities that can be utilized for farming. What is key is we need to have a framework to have access to that land. I'm happy I've seen most of our traditional authorities here. The message to you, traditional authorities, is please stop selling us land in our communities, please. That's our communal land. That's our communal land. You cannot sell me a land and give me a PTO. It's either you sell it to me, you give me, what do you call it? A title deed. You cannot give me a potential, what do you call it, a PTO? The right to occupy, something like that. So, traditional leaders, please give us land. Land is the only thing that we have in Africa. Thank you.
Thank you. From KZN, Titus Ramaphophutla.
Yes. Viva Action SA, viva! Viva Action SA, viva! No, thank you, National Chair. As rightly said, I'm Titus Ramabuputla, Action SA Zululand Regional Secretary. I will focus, the policy as I've went through it yesterday, it is well researched. I'm talking about the draft policy. My contribution on this debate, I will focus on rural economic development. As the government in waiting, when we take over, we should prioritize young, unemployed graduates to do farming in rural areas. The question is, how will we do that? We should, in collaboration with the traditional leaders, identify those that are willing to do farming. Because you can't just take anyone just for the sake of farming and developing them. We should identify those that have got the love for this thing. This thing is not for anyone or everyone. And we should prioritize women. Why am I saying that? Most of the households in rural areas are left with women, you know. And I thank you.
Thank you. Next from Mpumalanga, Temba Mguni, who will be speaking in Ndebele.
Bayete. Angilochise indlu yonke. Ojame phambili nguye umnguni uthubane ingulube kanamani ungiyangena emgodini singevana salive sasimaziyo yathi gegelela. President kunesililo esikhulu kwaNdebele mayelana neANC. iANC isusa ikingdomship yakwaNzunza Mabhoko. So asinayo ileadership bathi if uNdabezitha alala ikingdomship ayisekho. So sibawe Action SA ithathe indima kuloko. Ngeminyaka yami edlula ku20 ngisupervisor ama-initiation schools eMpumalanga. Ngibonile ukucakatheka kwe-initiation school ngoba sifundisa abantwana babesana ukuthi babe bobaba. Sinabo baba ababobaba eMpumalanga. Njengami isandla lesi zange sibethe umuntu wengubo ngepama. Siqini. Sifundisa abantwana babesana isimilo. So sidinga isupport ebuya ku-government, i-training and certification. Ngebanga lokuthi ngaphandle kwesimilo angeke kwaba nalitho eSouth Africa. Sibona abalunga weParliament umuntu nakaya entombini akhe ugcoka isuit ye 25,000 kodwa nakaya eParliament ugcoka ama-overall wokhenika. Akuna smilo, akuna traditional education. You can be academic, you can have a doctorate, but maungana traditional education, we are nothing, we are a half man. So sinabo baba basolva inkinga zabo ngokwata bayahluthuleka benza noma yini abakwazi ukukhuluma esichabeni. It is because abakenzi isiko. So isiko licakathekile. Culture is a personal identity in the world. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have someone to translate for delegates in need? Thank you.
Good morning, delegates. I'm just going to be brief.
Can I ask you to speak more directly into the mic?
My apologies, Chair. Is that fine now?
It is, thank you.
All right. I'm just going to be brief and just highlight the salient parts. What the gentleman said is that ANC removed the king or the kingdom of King Mabhoko III, and that the commission said that after his death, there won't be a kingdom anymore. So he'd like Action SA to intervene once they get into power. And he also said that he's been part of an initiation school for 20 years, and that it's important that initiation schools be capacitated and be certified, because they teach young men to be real men. They give young men dignity and the self-esteem that's needed for them to be proper husbands and proper men in society. So that is, in a nutshell, what he said, that initiation schools are very important to the culture, and that you can have a doctorate, but if you're not culturally or traditionally trained to be a real man, then that doctorate is not relevant. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up from KZN, Dr. Modise Simela, known as Rex.
Dumela Mbakhayethu. First of all, Khosi Yami, ke kopa maitshwarelo maobane ga ka bua ka makhosi a mang ke bile ka makhosi a ka Zulu Natal. Ke kopa o ntshwarele. What I'm saying as a Tswana man, the chief approached me to say why I am only talking to the chiefs of KwaZulu. We've got lots of chiefs here. I'm part of the solution of this rural development, but today I'm not going to talk about what we have talked. I'm going to talk about blacks should be educated in post-harvest. I don't know how can I explain that, because it is a post-harvest, it's how to cure soil up to the end user. So those are the technologies that we need to do in Ntate Mashaba with Ntate Zwakele, Ntate Lekhosi. Re ba rute gore peo e jala jwang, re boloka jwang mo di tshuswaneng kapa di khobotla. And then number two, if we bring a solution to rural, I like what we're doing with Zwakele. In KZN, we introduce a system of, because water is very scarce, we use the bucket system that when we talk about water, we also supply them with a bucket. So these are the solutions that if Action SA adopt nearly national. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker deserves a special introduction. Inkosi Zwelinjani Mtuli from the Mgongo Ndlovu district of KZN.
Chairperson, your Senate, all protocol is observed. Chairperson, the state is always there, while the government is easily removable by the citizens of the state. That time, the time has now come. Members of this conference, traditional leaders must have to give you all kinds of support in your attempts to vote for Action SA, because it looks as if it is the only political party that can be able to lead our, our country in an appropriate manner. Why I say so? Firstly, under the so-called rural development in our areas of jurisdiction, there is nothing happening. Secondly, our constitution of the country is silent regarding the roles and functions of Amakosi in chapter 12 of the Constitution. That is why we are here to support Action SA in order to restructuring many mistakes committed by the ruling party. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up from the Eastern Cape, Tandile Tongana.
Thank you, Chairperson. I support the policy. I just want to highlight a few areas in rural development. In old days, people were planting their lands and doing animal farming to sustain themselves. Nowadays, people are leaving rural areas to go to urban areas to look for jobs. The government needs to create the environment and capacitate people in small scale farming so that they can play meaningful role in rural economy. Lastly, traditional leaders, not councillors, should be at the forefront in any economic development in the rural areas. for buy-in and security. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, Siyambonga Mbasane.
Rural development is a very sensitive issue for me. The failure by the government to address and have strategies for rural development has been at the center of our socioeconomic ills. Most of you here are migrants in Joburg. The failure to focus on rural development is the reason why you see the migration of people from the Eastern Cape to the big cities. Some of them leave the rural areas to seek for greener pastures only to find themselves subjected to living conditions worse than the rural areas. This results in the scramble for limited resources in the city's survival mode and creates a conducive environment for crime. Our provincial government is not different from those countries who fail to develop their countries, and their people end up living to find creative ways to survive in other countries. Sadly, this affects even those who are educated, skilled, and well-paid. They go to the cities for greener pastures but end up being separated from their families. Family unit is the foundation of building strong communities and nations. The Jewish community is an example to that. We need to create an environment that will encourage our clever blacks to stay in the rural areas and help us build them. Until we address rural development, the fight to end socioeconomic issues will remain futile. Fortunately for us, we have a competent leader who understands the issues in Athol Trollip. I also understand our people vote for the ANC because it's the only governance they've ever been exposed to, and they think it's the best option available. This is why I urge my fellow colleagues in the EC to put more work on the ground. I believe in you, and come next year, our chairperson will be our premier. It's achievable. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Up next, Matsobane Masenya from Limpopo.
Thank you, Chairperson. Please borrow me only 1 minute to say this. Aye, arekwa namo ye Limpopo. Arekwa naridira metlolo, arekwa namo ye. Arekwa naridira metlo, arekwa na bana. Arekwa naridira metlo, ibana Limpopo bana. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I think this song, you for the message, collectively so. Whatever. Thank you very much. Chairperson, Kitloba very brief. Mo issue ya Maroshi Arena leading mines. At Limpopo, we have a lot of mines that side. And then unfortunately, they are using our traditional leaders to abuse us. So I just want to be straight. So I'm one of the traditional leaders. I'm in Duna, where I come from. So I'm talking from the experience. So what I'm trying to say today, Maroshi Arena, I'm happy today because you are part of Action SA. And then you are active in this movement or in this organization, but please try to, amen.
Thank you very much, delegates. Our next speaker from Mpumalanga, Sandile Sambo.
I hope this is not going to happen to me. Thank you, Chairperson. My first submission is on agriculture. In rural areas, when it comes to farming, water rights are a big challenge. It takes forever to get water rights. So I would like to urge Action SA, when we get into power, make sure that it doesn't take long, the process doesn't take long. At least maybe 3 months to get water rights for farming. Number two, we need to define the roles of traditional leaders in municipalities. and make sure that we train them in community development so that they understand what needs to happen. I know there's an experience, there's a background, but at the same time, we need to incorporate our traditional leaders with the municipalities so they understand exactly what they need to do. Then the third one would be title deed and RTOs. I support the issue of RTOs, but at some point it becomes a challenge because I've seen infrastructures being demolished because the RTOs, they've got a period of time that you could occupy that land. If the chief wants you to move, you'll move. I've seen a sports center being demolished because of the RTO. So the issue of title deeds, it is important. At the same time, we need to respect Amakosi that we use the RTOs, but we need to find the balance. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up from Mpumalanga, Dr. Ezra.
Thank you very much. Distinguished guests, ambassadors, indeed Ezra Matumbu from Bushbuck Region in Mpumalanga. Rural development and traditional affairs. This subject, Chair, is close to my heart for two reasons. Number one, I was privileged in my life to have served in the traditional authority for 11 years as a traditional secretary. In Jongilanga Tribal Authority, Kosa is the name of the chief. I served as a secretary for 11 years with 15 villages that we had to take care of with the 15 indunas. We built 15 schools, a post office, 5 clinics in that area alone in 11 years. So my point here, I'm here to confirm that traditional authorities were there, they are here, and they will be there even in the future. Let us take care and honor them and respect them. I am the product of Jongilanga Tribal Authority in Bushbuck Ridge in a deep rural area. Number two, not all deputy ministers of yesterday were lazy. It's only deputy ministers of today that might be lazy. I want to correct you. I became a deputy minister for rural development in the former Gazankulu government, appointed by Chief Professor Hudson Tsangwese, and I was given 284 villages to look after. We had no money, only 4 million in 1989 until 1994. So we used 1:4 ratio. A village brings 1 rand, we brought 4 rand. 1,000, 4,000. Kuvuswa ezivuswayo. Mpempe walapisha. Mutu khona kisakhahe. Give somebody a fish, but teach someone how to catch a fish. As a deputy minister, I used to work with 400 villages in our area. So I was not a lazy deputy minister. So if President Mashaba is going to appoint me as a deputy minister, I'm going to work. And today, the country is saying enough is enough. With this light, the robot is green for Action SAA to go to Parliament. We are going to rule South Africa with God. Everything is possible. Oh, hallelujah.
Okay. Thank you very much, delegates. Please settle down. It looks like Canada's selection has begun. Delegates, please give our next speaker your attention. Begani Mtambo from KZN.
Thank you, Chair. The latest technology crucial developing the rural communities. I would like to propose and encourage the Action SA to be swift in the implementation of technology for farming communities to avoid a cap multiple challenge they are facing. The livestock trackers can be used to cap a livestock theft to assist the organization like Iskepe, who are acting as a security as a security for our livestock at the moment. The modern irrigation can be employed to eliminate and labor in irrigation. on the issues of on the issue of Ingonyama Trust, I propose that there must be an awareness campaign to inform the beneficiaries of those pieces of land how to access it. I thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker, Tando Mtia.
Okay. Greetings to you all patriots. I implore Mr. President and the Senate not to wait for Action SA to be in government in order to assist the rural communities. There are international communities out there that are willing to help. So please kick the dust. Make sure you are talking to those people. For example, in one of East London villages, after 15 years of going around, move from office to office, sent from pillar to post by the current government, an organization called German Women Together from German, they assist the Smiling Valley people to install their electricity. So please, Mr. President, don't wait for Action SA to be in government. Rural people's migration into cities can be avoided. Rural people can feed themselves if they can be assisted with skills and equipment. I thank you.
Thank you. Up next from Mpumalanga, Temba Madonsela.
Yeah, no. Thank you very much, the chairperson, the president, and also the Senate and the delegates. Amandla, forward with Action SA, forward. Pata Hemen Mashaba Pata. Pata Hemen Mashaba Pata. Niabasaba na. Thank you very much. Without wasting any time, President, I'm Temba Madonsela from Mpumalanga, hereby to rise to make a proposal on rural and traditional affairs to be as follows. I think it will be proper for us as Action SA to create a very good relationship with traditional leaders where we are staying or where they exist. In terms of Section 3 of Traditional Leadership Act and Cohesion Act of 2019, we must also put it on our policy to recognize them, not to use them when we need them during election time like any other organization. Lastly, the Cohesion were not part of the Traditional and Leadership Act of 2023. They had to go to fight for themselves when they went to stay at Union Building. Therefore, I want to make this thing to be an assistant to this House. We therefore request for our Senate to make it possible for them to be in front of the people and to be comfortable so that they can recognize the Action SA and give them the action as they want to govern this country. Amandla.
Where to? Thank you. Your next speaker from Limpopo, ZZ Lebebe.
In support of this policy and coming from rural areas of Limpopo, okay, rural communities play a significant role in shaping our national identity, and we must ensure that we are not left behind as a global trend shift. In the common principle of engagement, let's recognize the importance of traditional and royal leaders as custodians of our affairs of the community and include them in relevant governance processes. So this I'm going to say now is more importantly for women. Let's promote women. I see women are not participating in this as emerging farmers. We have to capacitate them and initiate sustainable programs, encourage investment by providing temporary tax rebates for women. Women must be part of agro-processing businesses. Let us develop economic development centers and ports to trade, not only for men, including women as well. Let us capacitate them. Let's ensure that all the economic empowerment and rural entrepreneurs and SMMEs are initiated and supported by Action SA going forward. I thank you.
Thank you. With 16 speakers to go, we have Mzigayise Maziboko.
That's me, Leader Chair. Yes, I'm ready. Thank you very much. In my opinion, Leader Chair, the biggest problem is political willingness to sort out the problems of rural development in rural areas. Biggest problem being land greediness by farmers that are around those areas, together with some chiefs, because you have many lands that are lying unutilized there, but they would not allow communities around them to use that land for survival, even for survival, not even commercial. Okay? The relationship between the commercial farmers and rural people has always remained or begins and ends with a relationship of employer and employee, which is not right. This relationship needs to be developed for commercial reasons as well. Subsistence farming is dying due to crime, land neglect, stock theft, and such. So the government should help to reduce crime in rural areas, so people should stop moving into urban areas because they're running away from these difficult conditions. Farms can be used as agricultural development centers, so that the government must put into place programs that will be funded to use those farms to train rural communities so that they can produce and sell their produce through the same channels that the farmer is using. Because the irony here is that the farmer is successful, has got the markets, but the people around him are said not to be having the markets to sell their products, which is unacceptable.
Thank you. Up next, Vengani Monyai.
Yeah, thanks. As a village boy from Limpopo, who's currently in Gauteng, I'm here to support this policy. And also thanks the leadership for being proactive. On behalf of my own village, Chika village in Limpopo, we are happy that Action SA is not about urban party, but it's also a rural party that recognizes us and also resonate with us from people from rural areas. But in future, I will advise leadership from Action SA that we must conduct a feasibility studies in all rural areas so that we understand the push and the pull factors that force us, like myself, to migrate from rural area to urban area. Because according to the studies, by 50% of population will be residing in urban area. My question is, are we ready now? No, we must develop rural areas. Again, I'm appealing to Action SA that some of the sectors, let us decentralize them to rural areas. In conclusion, on behalf of the royal families from Limpopo, we call upon Action SA that when we take over, let us make sure that our chief, our king, our headmen also are treated equally. As we speak, there's a certain tribe that are being treated they are getting more salaries, but our own chiefs at home, they are not even recognized. We call upon Action SA that yesterday we passed the economic justice. Let us start there to redress the issue of inequality in terms of the remuneration of our royal families. Thanks.
Thank you. From the Free State, Jonathan Mopeli.
Thank you. Thank you, our chairperson, the Honorable President, and the entire Senate, fellow delegates. I'm here to make some few and very few contributions in support of the policy. Actually, this will be my inference. The first point is related to the traditional leadership itself. Actually, the institutions has been named the partnership, or rather the strategic partnership with the municipality. They are said to be coexisting in harmony with the municipality. We need the meaningful partnership with the municipality, not just a representation. Number two, if it will be possible for this organization to can deem it fit, it's just to create the status of the traditional leadership to maybe have the ex-officio status membership in this organization. Going further, it's an issue of development. The issue of development regarding the rural areas, it's the issue of rezoning, which I consider the alternative in order to deal with this urbanization. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker from the Northwest, Sylvester Mochanyane.
Thank you, Chairman. Madume to the President of our organization, the Senate, Khosikwe Mangope, and all the chiefs who are here today. I'm Sylvester from Makwasi, small town of Makwasi Hills, at Dr. Kenneth Kaunda District, Northwest. The ANC government has destroyed the economy of the rural areas that they found that was established by the apartheid government instead of developing them. In my small town, there were businesses such as banks, shops, railway station during the apartheid, which assisted our people to access those important services. But today, they are destroyed, the stations are closed, which can open the economic opportunities to our people and jobs creation. And in our villages, people used agricultural activities for living so that they can feed their families. But the current government does not give them support. Now I urge the Action SA as we enter government 2024 to support rural development. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next from the Eastern Cape, Bulelani Tieni.
Let me thanks to you, President Mr. Mashaba, to give us Mr. Altol Trolley Eastern Cape as a leader of us. Into endinqwenelayo xa kunokuphatha Action SA isebenzisane nenkosi nezibonda nabahlali basezilalini ngophuhliso lolutsha ezilalini. Phuhliso njani? Kuba bancediswe ngokulima amasimi laleleyo asezilalini, banikwe nezakhono ezokuba le nto abayityalileyo mabafundiswe ngayo bakwazi ukuyithengisa, bakwazi ukuba bathini bancedise kuphuhliso lomnotho waseMzantsi Afrika onkenenkene. I thank you.
Thank you very much. From the Eastern Cape, Unklamtse Posiman.
Thank you very much. My name is Unklamtse Posiman, coming from the Eastern Cape. So today I'll be speaking about what we say it's the livestock theft that we are facing in the country. So we are facing livestock theft in the Eastern Cape and South Africa. When Aslalo and delegates, young people from the Eastern Cape are coming up with solutions. I've heard some other delegates coming up with those problems. But I can tell you today, we as young people from the Eastern Cape are here with solutions. This is my story. I paid my registration fees because of the livestock from Rustenburg. My grandmother had to pay those fees, registration fees, because of those livestock. But when I saw those livestock being stolen, it got her heart broken. The reference to an online article published by Food from Zanzi has light on alarming rise of livestock theft in South Africa and the Eastern Cape. Stock theft not only cost Eastern Cape farmers about 1.4 billion rand per year. Therefore, the solution in which we as young people from the Eastern Cape we are bringing to the table, we are bringing what we call the microchipping. So the microchipping is a small device whereby it should be injected into those animals, and then it will have details of that certain type of animal. Who's the owner of that animal? Who's that owner of that livestock? Those are the solutions in which we as young people bring to the table. The benefits of microchipping. Legal documentation. Microchips provide a secure and tamper-proof method of documenting ownership, simplifying legal processes. Okay, no, I thank you.
Next up, a man who's very dear to our heart, the campaign manager of Mpumalanga and the spokesperson of the Liliman families, Harry Masboko.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and the conference at large. Because of what Action SA has taught me, I don't want to repeat what already my fellow members has already alluded on. So I stand here to exercise my right to participate in this conference in support of the amendment raised by Holofelo Morodi, because that, I believe, will address the systemically neglect that has been caused to our traditional leaders by the previous system, of which me and ourselves together here we are going to shape up the future for our country to address those issues. So we're talking about traditional leaders, I will say including the people they lead, their communities, their respective communities. Because if we talk, for an example, like our chairperson has said, in our area where there's Lily mine that has been mining gold, billions and billions of rand have been enjoyed by those who benefited. So we need to come up with a system in place that will address the balance so that the foreign investors, if they come in our country, the only benefit for the people of South Africa is only labor. So we need to come as a system that will balance the traditional leaders and the community. Like, if you come and mine gold, let the community benefit, like skills transfer, that your geologist, if you start this year, in 5 years' time, you must leave us with maybe 10 geologists.
Thank you very much, Harry. And to demonstrate Action SA's support and respect for traditional leaders, our provincial secretary from Limpopo, Koshi Litseri Patla.
All protocol observed. I thought maybe we will be given some form of dignity as royal leaders, because we, as well as the pastors, are the only people who cannot be removed from the podium while we are speaking. Okay, let me shoot from the hip. I've noticed one statement in the policy document that says Action SA is going to develop some regulations towards the process of registering communal land in the name and in title for the communities and the royal leaders. Let me advise, let's not be as ignorant as the ruling party it is now, because there's no need to develop any regulation, because there is currently legislation that permits government to register these properties in the name of the communities. There is upgrading of Tenure Rights Act of 1991. There is transfer of certain state land of 1993, and the others that are still there that have not been repealed. So if Action SA wants to make an impact and carve a mark in the rural communities where the majority of the votes are, we need to be seen as implementing and taking out those communities out of the land of bondage into a Canaan. What I'm trying to say is that we need to expunge that notion that there is no legislation that is permitting any political party that is in government to register those properties in the name of the rural communities. So I will wish that statement to be changed so that we could be seen by those rural communities as the party that can deliver them and save them from being abused by these mining companies in their areas. Lastly, rural communities do not need social labor plans. They need to be part and parcel of the mining companies that are mining in their areas. because there is a judgment in 2003 by Judge Diham Senega in the Constitutional Court that said you can never divorce minerals and precious stones from the soil, meaning that whoever owns that soil owns those minerals. But currently, because some ANC politicians are part and parcel of those mining companies, they don't want you to realize that there is something that you can be something that can be invoked so that their economic emancipation can come much quicker than what it is happening currently now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Horsey, and thank you for not letting your dogs out on me when we met you last year for the first time. Our next speaker from KZN, who will be speaking in Zulu, Bongani Manzini.
Sanibonani, ngibingelele kuwonke ama-actioners. Ngizokhuluma la ngendaba yobuholi bendabuko nendawo esihlala kuzo emaphandleni. So la siney'nkinga ezahlukahlukene mayelana nobukhosi ngendlela obuphatha ngayo. So kokunye kuye kutholakala ukuthi ngendlela abenza ngayo izinto batholakala sebenza izinto ezingahambisani nokomthethosisekelo. So ngizobeka nje isibonelo la la ngikho la ngihlala khona mina eMangusi. So amakhosi yinduna bese kuzoba ilaba abasemazingeni abaphansi ababa yithunywa endaweni ezahlukahlukene la kulezi igodi lezi ababusa kuzona. So amakhosi yinduna banaso isabelo sabo semali bayahola every month, and then bese kuzoba la kuba amaphoyisa enduna. So amaphoyisa enduna wona.
Sorry, can I ask you to speak more directly into the microphone, please?
Okay, so thanks. So bese kuzoba amaphoyisa enduna wona awatholi mali, awaholi nje nhlobo. Ngokunjalo bese kuzoba imbongi laba abahaya amakhosi nabo ayikho nje imali abayiholayo nhlobo. And then bese kuzoba ke ila so sorry. Okay, thanks.
Can we get the translation of those remarks, please?
Hello, I'm back. I'm just going to be very quick again. I'm just going to go through the important parts. So he says that the traditional healers are not doing things in the correct way, and that traditional leaders get a monthly stipend or a salary. However, the imbongis, which are the ladies and the gentlemen that praise the traditional leaders, are not getting a stipend, as well as he said the traditional leaders, policemen, just a direct translation. So these people that go around making sure that laws are adhered to and they are under the rule of the traditional healers are also not getting paid. So he needs the party to remedy that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. From the Free State, Chitso Lebitsa.
No greetings, but I need to explain who am I. I am Chitso Lebitsa from the Free State. I'm the treasurer of Action SA, the Free State. I'm also an acting secretary. I stay in Bloemfontein, to be specific, 32 kilometers from the CBD, so I'm a rural person. So rural development and traditional affairs is very close to my heart. So I want to come and say, Action SA, we need to consider bringing development in rural development, There are various ways that we can do it. When you look at what happened after 1994, places like Silosesha, places like Putarichaba, people moved, all of them moved towards Bloemfontein and migration, but it was not necessary for government offices to go and rent places for office space. Office space is quite expensive, but if we can convince Department of Public Works It's not necessary for them to establish office spaces in the CBD or in urban centers. If at all you were to consider what happened during the times of Kgosi Mangope, Tabanchu was lively with activities, not only activities of people moving up and down, but it was also live with activities of economic activities. So if at all we were to establish office space in Tabanchu, office space in places like Tuespruit, it's going to be far much easier for a government to can stick to their budget. Not only that, but even urban migration that we see people living in smaller spaces, traffic being very much stressed because of overpopulation. People start now to move to smaller places, which is now your rural development. So I want to urge Action SA to say, as we look for spaces in urban centers, let us not forget that you could do far more better in rural places. There are small towns that have completely been forgotten. Not only that we should go back, but even there are development that we can do. We've got solar, we've got water, they can do boreholes to supply water for themselves. They can even do your solar panels to can have something that they can sell for to themselves. People that live in small towns, they don't have to really rely on government to supply them with electricity. They can do it for themselves. Thank you.
Thank you very much. From the Western Cape, Selo Nkwana.
Delegate and leadership of Action SA. We cannot talk about rural development if we don't talk about sports and arts. If we embrace and support talent,
Please can I ask you to speak more into the microphone?
Okay.
Thank you.
We cannot speak about rural development without talking about sports and arts. If we embrace and support talent, we will realize less in provisioning of grants and raise a healthy society, and we realize less consumption of drugs. Secondly, I want to applaud our president by always wearing Action SA material, and big up to the designers. You are simply the best. Mr. President, when we ascend to Union Building next year, please wear Proudly South African. And Proudly South African project must be run from your office. Thank you.
Thank you. Was that a nomination for the President for Best Dressed Award for the day? Our next speaker from the Eastern Cape, Francis Ndinwa.
God, sorry. Good morning, colleagues. As you've heard, that I'm Francis Zolani Lemdinwa from the Eastern Cape, and my submission is directly to the rural development. One. Rural areas must be given special attention, while development has to retain the population which might migrate to the urban areas. All basic amenities must be provided in rural areas. Better job prospects in rural areas will surely reduce the rate of migration. Number 3, the lack of infrastructure in rural areas is simply working together as the private sector and the public sector to help gain funding for improving infrastructure and offering adequate resources. And one another thing that is, I think that is very, very important, colleagues, is that when we talk of development, development may mean different things to different people, but principally, it's about education. I had a thought prolip on Tuesday talking about paternalism. You see, when you talk about that, about paternalism, you mean to give things for free. I think, I hope that one day Ethel Trollip will write a book to talk about paternalism in South Africa. And you can see right now that to give things for free is not benefiting anyone in South Africa. I thank you.
Thank you. From the Northern Cape, Angeline Engelbrecht.
Good morning. I'm Angeline Engelbrecht from Steinkopf. We live on communal land of the Khoi and San people. The previous regime wounded us deeply, but the current regime, they just trashed us. They killed us. But we as a Khoi and San people, we are not going to take this lying down. We are going to stand up for ourselves. We know who we are. We don't want to call colored people. We are not coloreds. We are descendants of the first nation of this country, the Khoi and the San people. We as Action SA must stop the bullying of the traditional people and the exploitation of them. People, great companies come, big companies come, and they will take out our natural resources and they will build the cities, and we are left poor and broken. As Action SA, we must stop that. We must develop our rural people so that people don't have to leave their roots and go to cities to seek for a living. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much indeed. Next up, Pico, Twitter Spaces, Adonis from the Eastern Cape.
Thank you, Chair. I am from the province that is also known as Cutting Edge Province. You know Eastern Cape. And Chair, I'm also saddened, but not surprised to announce that in the yesterday's by-election in the municipality of Umbashe, the ANC has won the two wards with increased margins of 3% from 66% to 69%. So in that region, you can see that the ANC still holds the stronghold. We must ask ourselves why people who are crossing the roads with cables, but they are still voting for the ANC. Chair, I want to say the policy speaks to local government. And local government, when you talk about development, we talk about money. Money that needs to develop. Let's take our Tambo, Chair, as a case study. KSD municipality in particular has about 37 wards. In those 37 wards, only 9 wards are urban. The rest 29 wards are rural. But you'd find that all of those 9 rural wards, they are under a municipality. They don't pay tax, but that municipality wants to become a metro. And then you ask yourself, how? Because that is a rural municipality. And they don't contribute towards the infrastructure and taxes in the municipality. My last point, Chair, was that I support the policy on resource management that give money to the Royal Council so that they can develop the communities in all entirety. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker, also from the Eastern Cape, and I believe speaking in Xhosa, is Thelma Langa.
Enkosi ndibulise usihlalo kazwelonke, ndibulise umongameli welizwe ongenayo eParliament next year. Ndinguthelma Langa eMatatiela eAlfredo, Eastern Cape Province. Ndilapha ndizoxhasa ipolisi. Into endenza ndiyixhase le policy is because ithetha ncakasana nelali. Ithi zilali luphuhliso ngamakhosi zizimvo zabahlali. Ndilapha ke ndizophakamisa ukuthi siyacela mongameli welizwe uba usijonge ezilalini ngoba urhulumente olawulayo usilibele. Uza kuthi xa efuna ivoti kuphela. Eze kuthi esiphathele i-food parcels ezibolileyo ngoba uyasazi basihlala ezilalini sihluphekile. Sizocela ke mongameli asinamanzi. Xa uvuka ufuna amanzi, xa uhamba ufuna umgwaqo, ibholorho ziwile ziphelile. Akho nto ezilalini. Sizocela mongameli ungasilibali. Uze kuthi uzova izivo zethu basifuna senzelwe ntoni ezilalini. Sizocela loo nto mongameli. Enkosi.
Thank you, and I believe to assist us with the translation is Shadrach Mkonto.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. To summarize in briefly, it says that we're looking over next year after elections, and from Eastern Cape, we are asking if the government of Action SA take over that in the rural areas, we don't have good water and our roads and all that is not in good order. So we ask that when Action SA take over, all those things need to be looked at and to be assisted in those lands that are not used, so that when we plant food, so that we assisted into sell into the market. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And our final speaker from the Western Cape, Reggie Carolus.
Thank you very much, Chair. They don't say they keep the best for last for nothing. And I want to thank my colleague from the Northern Cape. Chair and Mr. President, we can't adopt the rural traditional face policy without including your Khoi and San people. I've noticed that the commission was made up again without the Khoi and San people, and the chairperson of the IPPP said that they were further going with traditionalism. I've asked that you please include the Khoi and the San people with this commission when going further into this policy. We're sitting with traditional affairs, and if we're looking, and I would make a big mistake if I exclude the fishermen on the coast, where you're sitting with big companies having big quotas, and our small traditional fishermen have been left out. They've been given quotas, but they don't give boats to fish that, and they've been left out of the system for so long, and we can't go on like this. Say, Mr. President, I urge you, please, we must really look at our fishing quota system and make sure that our people are the benefits of the system. And lastly, our war veterans, our colored war veterans, SAKK, we've been struggling for so long to get recognition. So I'm asking and urging that those people get recognition so that we do justice to our war veterans. Thank you.
Thank you very much, delegates, for a wonderful debate. And I would imagine that people watching these proceedings from the rural areas and the towns and villages across our country must be looking at a new political home when they look at how we talk about these issues. Well done, and thank you. Delegates, before we get into the amendments, let me just say I think there's been a number of issues that we will take forward as points of emphasis beyond the amendments and the policies, and we have heard the words of the last speaker as well. So please be assured an ongoing development of this policy will take place to address many of those important issues. But let us turn our attention now to the issue of the amendments to this policy, and we begin with Amendment 1, capacitation of traditional leaders. Implement a comprehensive training program for traditional leaders. I think you're too early on the voting, Bongani, too early. For traditional leaders, that includes modules in management, basics of law, human rights, and multilingual communication skills. Allocate resources for the development and delivery of these training programs, aiming to enhance the leadership and governance capabilities of traditional leaders. May I please ask those in favor to raise their green cards? That appears to be definitive, but lower your hands nonetheless, please. Those who are opposed to raise the red cards. The amendment carries unanimously. Thank you very much. If we can move to Amendment 2. This is the link between traditional courts and magistrates' courts. Establish a formalized link between the traditional courts and the magistrates' courts to ensure alignment in legal proceedings and judgments. Implement protocols for the seamless transfer of cases and information between the two types of courts, aiming to improve the efficiency and fairness of the judicial system. No, you're too quick. You're too quick. All right, those in favor, please raise your green cards. Thank you very much. You can lower your hands. Those opposed, the red cards. It carries unanimously. Thank you. We move on to Amendment 3, elimination of district municipalities. Propose the elimination of district municipalities, arguing that they do not add significant value to the overall municipal structure. Redirect the resources currently allocated to district municipalities to local municipalities with an aim of improving performance and service delivery at the local level. Conduct a comprehensive review to assess the potential impact of this restructuring on various stakeholders and services, ensuring a smooth transition of processes. May I ask those in favour to raise their green cards? Those who are against to raise the red cards. The amendment carries. Amendment 4, mineral beneficiation. Advocate for the development and expansion of beneficiation or value-added processing industries that transform primary materials into finished products. Allocate resources for research and development in beneficiation technologies, aiming to make these processes more efficient and environmentally friendly. Develop incentives for industries to engage in beneficiation, such as tax breaks or subsidies, particularly for those that produce finished products with high export value. And finally, establish partnerships with educational institutions to train a skilled workforce capable of working in value-added processing industries. Ladies and gentlemen, may I ask you to raise your green cards if you're in favour. That appears definitive as well. You can lower your hands. Anyone opposed to raise your red cards? It appears to be unanimous. The amendment carries. Thank you. Is that the final amendment to the production team? Thank you very much. We can then move on to the policy itself. So we have now passed 4 amendments, and what is left for me to do is to put the Rural Development and Traditional Affairs policy as amended by the 4 amendments we have accepted to the vote. May all those in favour of the policy as amended raise their green cards. Thank you. That's a red card, by the way, 5 rows back. Green cards. All those opposed, red cards. Thank you very much. We have a policy on rural development and traditional affairs. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to move directly into our next policy area, recognizing the pressures of time upon us today. And for this, we will move into the discussion on public service.
From the teachers shaping our children's futures to the healthcare workers on the front lines, public servants are the backbone of our society. Yet, the state of South Africa's public service reflects a crisis. Action SA believes in a South Africa where public service isn't just a job, but a calling, a commitment to the well-being of every citizen based on the mantra of service with pride. We have heard your frustrations about inefficiency, corruption, and the lack of accountability. Through consultations with experts and everyday citizens alike, we have identified key areas for immediate action. Today, we are excited to unveil policies that aim to revitalize our public service and rebuild our nation's fabric.
Pictures and text. Maybe that is why we don't see the end. I don't like getting caught in emotions. Most times we end up broken. Sometimes it's better if you don't. As far as I know, we're heading for a spiral and calling it the high road, never looking down. As far as I know, we're living off the high note.
To elaborate on our draft policy on public service, please welcome the co-chairperson of the Public Service Policy Panel, Senator Andrew Lowe.
Good day, everybody. Ladies and gents, it is an absolute pleasure to be here with you this morning in order to discuss the issues around public service. It is an indictment. While people are living in deep, abject poverty, looking for sustainable jobs, the Yellow Jersey Party continues to use government institutions as a dumping ground with incompetent cadres. Cadre deployment is a cancer that kills job opportunities from our young people. Public service, as by its own definition, it's supposed to deliver a service to the public without fear or favor. Appointments based on political connectivity ostracized competent people. Public service must be depoliticized for effective governance, in adding to creating an environment where departments can strive towards excellence. In fostering good governance, accountability, transparency in South Africa, public service is must be a high degree of professionalism, care, and a sense of duty must be ingrained in all public servants. This can effectively materialize when the country's public service is a politically neutral entity that is responsible for implementing government policies and delivering services to the public. Okay. Dames en heren, dit is my beskore voorreg dat ek vanmôre hier kan staan om oor bepaalde dinge te kan praat, sake na aan die hart. Dit is my beskeie mening dat staatsamptenare beskik die vermoë om hulle vaardighede ten toon te stel, maar die grootste uitdaging is die onreëlmatige inmenging van politieke leiers met hoogs onwaarskynlike verwagtinge wat grens baie na aan korrupsie. Dit is en bly 'n titaniese stryd om baie van ons pligsgetroue amptenare te probeer om kop bo water te hou, want hulle is op 'n daaglikse basis blootgestel aan probleme wat ons baie goed van weet, wat die ewels is binne ons samelewing. As Action SA doen ons 'n vriendelike, doch 'n ernstige beroep aan ons ewe knieë om matigheid voor oë te hou om ongewenste take aan eerbare amptenare te vermy. As Action SA, we believe in an institutional reform program that justifies restructuring government institutions if necessary in relation to the number of state institutions, departments, and employees. Competency-based recruitment strategies and selection procedures ensuring the appointment of public servants based on merit. Implementation of employment retention strategies that include succession planning, contingency plans, and identifying of all flight risks. Development of talented individuals to ensure we grow our own timber when promotional opportunities arise. Consistent and constant performance management of public servants in order to identify underperformers, average performers, and excellent performers. Improving service delivery performance should not be hampered but enabled by labor relations and employment sector reforms. Banning cadre deployment to eliminate marginalization, competent politically compromised civil servants. In addition, a new approach to government expenditure, reviewing of procedural practices, prioritizing quality over quantity of public officials, appointments, opportunity-driven technology and information technology advances, decentralization of functions, and the career development of introducing a mandatory civil service for university graduates. The tools to to be employed to address structural weaknesses currently present in our country are as follows. Institutional strengthening, to ensure that institutions are autonomous, transparent and accountable with legal and financial support to facilitate efficiency. Public service capacitation enhances performance with adequate human resource practices and a skilled and committed human capital. Corporate governance, empowering local governments and entrenching service delivery excellence. Civil engagement, encouraging participants of citizens and civil society organizations in the design, implementation and monitoring of public service. In conclusion, improving the public service in South Africa is a complex and multifaceted issue. First and foremost is to acknowledge that the link between the lack of capacity and capability and the poor service delivery outcomes. State capacity and capability in South Africa have weakened over time. While major deficiencies in many departments and specialization existing side by side with pockets of strength and excellence, there is an undeniable complacency, apathy, and zero passion to service and deliver in most public servants. The outcome of such a smug human capital transforming the public service to a dynamic, self-driven organization committed to delivering appropriate services to all people of South Africa. To put an action to policy levers detailed above will require a competent public service that is professional, ethical, and capable to deliver quality service to the people. By ensuring that only qualified and competent individuals are appointed to strategic positions in a pursuit of transformed, professional, ethical, capable, and developmental public administration. The competencies required for public service jobs include treating other people with respect and compassion, working under pressure, communicating effectively, and resolving disputes. Allow me to express our sincere gratitude for the incredible work done by provincial policy representatives and all role players who have contributed towards this policy. Laaste maar nie die minste nie, is ons van die mening toegedien dat daar 'n daadwerklike poging aangewend moet word. Dames en here, moenie fout maak nie. Daar is baie mense wat die politieke wil hê om 'n verandering teweeg te kan bring, maar die ewel in ons samelewing haal die politiek uit die administrasie uit. Dit hoort nie daar nie. I thank you.
To introduce our draft policy on public service, please welcome the co-chairperson of the Public Service Policy Panel, Umage Togo Mashiane.
Greetings to the royal leadership. Greetings to the President of Action SA, Bob Mashaba. Greetings to the national chairperson, who's also the chairperson of this session, of this conference. Greetings to delegates. You are the most important people in this room because without you, this conference wouldn't mean anything. So greetings to you. As introduced, I'm Thokozile Mashiane from Mpumalanga. If you read papers since 1994, Mpumalanga is one of the provinces which had the most public service scandals in the country. We had our share of your Eugene Nyati, we had our share of Stanley Sogo, and we had the master one of Coleman Nyati, who was a DG of a province with only standard 8, meaning grade 10. So it shows you that the cadre deployment was alive long time ago, where a DG can lead a province with a standard 8. In envisioning good governance, accountability, and transparency in South Africa, public service, a high degree of professionalism, care, and a sense of duty must be ingrained in all public servants. Thank you. This effectively materializes when the country's public service is a politically neutral entity that is responsible for implementing government policies and delivering services to the public. The 3-4 days that were spent here, if we don't have the warm bodies to implement those policies, it means we're just in a kindergarten picnic, we don't know what we're doing. So we need warm bodies like public servants to implement our policies. One speaker said a policy is good when it is implementable. Through political affiliations can still play a role in the appointment of government officials. In some cases, they must be managed and staffed by highly qualified, ethical, and committed public servants under the banner of the following core principles. The government should operate free from political interference. My co-chairperson has extended that. Should be modernized and streamlined by capable and service-orientated public servants, not public servants who are only interested in tea time, with the ultimate goal of socio-economic justice. Delegates, in recognition of the challenges and our core principles, our 3 policy levers have outlined the tools necessary to address structural weaknesses currently present in our public sector. The first one, the institutional strengthening. To ensure that institutions are autonomous, transparent, and accountable with legal and financial support to facilitate efficiency. Those who are serving in local government, you know of this term of MIG, where you are given unfunded mandates and you are expected to do that. So we are saying when they are strengthening these structures, they must be funded. It is our intent to entrench protections against political influence and interference to create institutions capable of working together to achieve South Africa's socio-economic goals. We can't have a minister of police who have never gone to a police station to write a statement. We can't have a minister of police who has never driven a police van, go to an informal settlement to arrest a drug dealer, who only goes there when there are cameras and when somebody is dead. We can't have those type of people. We will propose government reform as an intervention to establish a governance framework for state institutions that prioritizes developmental role of government by focusing on customer-centric service delivery with pride and independent and accountable state organs. The capacitation of public service aims to enhance performance through effective human resources practices and a skilled, committed human capital. In response to the performing state of our institutions, Action SA proposes reducing the public sector wage bill. I want us to listen to this one because people are quoting us wrongly. We say we want to create employment, but we want to reduce the wage. Listen what we're saying. Action SA proposes reducing the public sector wage bill by eliminating inefficient senior and middle-level managers. We don't need a lot of DDGs. We need teachers down there. We need police in police stations. We need nurses in clinics and hospitals. So that's the wage bill we're going to eliminate. Gone are the days when government departments used to employ cadres who earned 6-figure salaries while producing little or no value at all. So actioners, after we eliminate the inefficiencies, let's get to work. And 1, let's increase the number of police officers. Let's increase the number of teachers. Let's increase the number of nurses. Let's not stop there. Let's also strive for improved salaries of police officers. Improved salaries of nurses. Improved salaries of teachers. can do that. Let's improve salaries of police officers. I would like us all to say this. Let's improve salaries of officers. Let's improve salaries of teachers. And let's improve salaries of nurses. You know, once we do that as Action SA, all the other policy units will be dealt with just because of the three things. Our proposed intervention in the draft policy aimed to enforce limits on remuneration to expenditure ratios, preventing bloated staff structures across government departments. This ensures that the majority of remuneration is allocated to frontline workers rather than management structures who are sitting in offices where there are air conditions. On corporate governance, it involves enhancing a cooperative governance, particularly with regard to empowering local governments. This is a crucial aspect of establishing a foundation for service delivery excellence. We are saying local governments are autonomous. For me, local autonomy means that you take a decision and you fund that decision. But as long as you take a decision and you expect somebody else to fund that decision, who can even change your decision or kill it, that is not autonomy to me. Let the money come to local government so that when they take those decisions, they're able to fund them. As detailed in our draft proposal, Action SA believes that government functions, especially those related to service delivery, should be decentralized and entrusted to efficient provincial and local governments that are closer to the people they serve. However, this decentralization should be preceded by institutional strengthening and independent capacity assessments to ensure improved service delivery. I want to agree with the gentleman who said district municipalities must be done away. We endorse the decentralization of functions and advocate for capable municipalities, the private sector and civil society to assume more responsibilities traditionally carried out by the state, as long as this devolution occurs within a clear framework. Our policy proposes a transfer of additional powers and authority to local governments in areas such as sustainable service delivery, social development, public transport, and law enforcement. Civic engagement. It involves actively promoting the participation of citizens and civil society organizations in the planning, execution, and oversight of public service. In local government, we have what we call ward committees. And ward committees were supposed to do what we're saying here. But unfortunately, ward committees are being chaired by the ward councillor. So they are doing what the party of that ward councillor wants. So they are no longer the watchdogs of the communities. So as Action SA, we need to change that. A ward committee must be led by a community member, not a person. He may belong to a party, but not holding office in that party. Our primary goal is to empower our voters, enabling them to make informed decisions and to hold their elected representatives accountable, thereby promoting more efficient governance. To enhance civil participation in the political process and encourage constructive interactions with the government, we must address the trust deficit between the state and its citizens. You know, communities has been lied upon so much that they don't even believe. We're having it tough when we do door-to-door because they don't trust politicians. So we need to change that because we are ethical and we know what we want. To achieve this, we propose to intervene through voter education, which entails offering comprehensive civic education programs. These programs will educate residents about the significance of their vote, how to engage in government processes, hold government officials and elected representatives accountable, and ultimately increase voter participation. Additionally, our community engagement initiatives aims to proactively involve communities served by government entities and departments in the governance and service delivery processes. This empowerment will enable our communities to hold civil servants and elected officials accountable. In conclusion, as we strive towards our vision of a prosperous South Africa, we must ensure that the country is served by an efficient, streamlined, and politically impartial state. Mr. President, I see people have started with the candidate selection. When you decide to appoint your cabinet, please don't appoint me as a Minister of Roads and Transport, because I can't even change my flat tire. I can't even fix my broken tile in my kitchen. So how can I fix the roads of South Africa? So you need people with specialties. This state should deliver high-quality services to its residents in a cost-effective and timely manner. I conclude by endorsing this draft proposal on professional public service. I thank you.
To give an expert perspective on the professionalization of the public service, please welcome Ivo Chipkin from the New South Institute.
Good morning, colleagues. It's a pleasure to be here. And I was just remembering, it's a great coincidence. The last time I was here was in 2017, where I was presenting the Betrayal of the Promise report, a report which was the first major study of state capture to the South African Communist Party's 14th Congress here. And I like to think that the response of the Communist Party to that report was the beginning of the end of the Jacob Zuma administration. Soon after that, the alliance began to break. The coincidence with this meeting here is that I've been asked to speak around public service reform because many of the conditions of state capture during that period were provided or facilitated by the way in which we've structured our public administration. So it's very great to be here. It's also great that the party, the Action SA, is taking on board this issue. I'm traveling around speaking to all political parties to have this issue firmly on the agenda. What I want to talk to you about tonight is an elaboration of your manifesto. Because what we find at the NSI is that there's a fundamental contradiction in the way in which the public service has been organized in South Africa. And this is really what I want to talk to you about. So the crisis of electricity, the crisis of water, the crisis of local government, for example, the general systemic crisis of all our administrations across the country comes down to several things, and I want to talk about one of them in particular, which is a fundamental contradiction. And it's a contradiction which arises from the way our public service was organized after the apartheid period. And if you like, it's one of the fundamental continuities with the apartheid period. And that is the profound politicization of public administrations. Now, this politicization is not simply at the discretion of the ruling party or of any political party. It's baked into the structure of our public administration by virtue of the law. Have a look at the Public Service Act of 1994. Section 3 of the Public Service Act does something quite remarkable, and remarkable by international comparative standards. It does two things which are extraordinary. It grants politicians, the president, and relevant ministers or MECs discretion over hiring into government departments. It's essentially a political responsibility. It means that in effect in South Africa, all public servants are in principle or potentially political appointments. That's not through the cadre deployment policies of the ANC, that's baked into our legislation from 1994. The second thing the Public Service Act does is that it gives politicians discretion over operational decisions in departments. Director generals, heads of departments can't make operational decisions because ultimately that is, according to the law, the responsibility of our ministers, of our politicians. Our politicians have been given by law too much power to intervene, to make decisions around how departments are structured, who they are staffed by, and what they are doing. We are saying that has to change, which means we need to reform or amend the Public Service Act. At the very same time, and this is the fundamental contradiction which I wanted to talk to you about, At the same time as we've heavily politicized our administrations, we've also expected our senior administrators, director generals and heads of departments to operate with high levels of autonomy and to exercise discretion in all sorts of matters, especially financial matters. Have a look at the Public Finance Management Act. It gives to director generals, the accounting officer in their departments for goodness sake, and heads of departments wide discretion to make all sorts of decisions around how departments should be structured and how they should be functioned. It was part of this general international move towards managerialism. So we have this fundamental contradiction. On the one hand, politicians have all the power. On the other hand, the law and our regulations require our senior officials to exercise discretion in running departments. It's that fundamental contradiction that has produced what the National Development Plan calls, I think rather euphemistically, tensions in the political administrative interface. In other words, what we've done structurally is that we've created a fundamental contradiction or tension, conflict between politicians and administrators in departments. We have to resolve that tension, and I'm saying to Action SA as a political party, there is an opportunity in the current situation to resolve that tension by amending the Public Service Act, by removing Sections 3 or amending Section 3 of the Public Service Act. So, it seems to me that South Africa is at a historical moment. For the first time, and I think first time in our history actually, performance in government has become a major political and electoral issue. I think for a very, very long time, ANC voters were not so concerned about how the ANC performed in government, but that has started to change in 2016, which means the ANC's electoral fortunes are declining on the basis of their performance in government. At the same time, parties like yourselves and other opposition parties are claiming to be better in government. There is an opportunity, therefore, and a new openness, I think, to changing the laws that create these tensions or problems in our public service and the way in which government works. So this is how I end. Resolve the contradiction in the organization of government by amending or working on amending the Public Service Act. Reducing political discretion of politicians in our administrations, and moves towards professionalizing the public service. And in this regard, there are very large strides, large efforts currently under the way, being driven currently by the Public Service Commission and the National School of Government. I hope Action SA will support those initiatives and put these questions of public service reform very firmly on the political agenda for 2024. Thank you very much. Thank you for having me.
Thank you very much indeed, and I think some very wise insights that we need to carry forward into this discussion, remembering, colleagues, that we have repeatedly talked about implementation. If we don't get the public service right, good policies will not be implemented well, and this is why we should heed that advice we have just received very carefully. Colleagues, we're now going to move into the segment of amendments and debates. May I just ask colleagues, we are slightly behind schedule, so when I close the speakers list, please don't fight with the people at the speakers table about my decisions. They are my decisions. And according to Rule 2.5.5 of our standing rules and orders, it is my prerogative to close the speakers list if we're going to encroach on the remainder of the program. So please do bear with me. Having said that, we have well over 20 speakers lined up, so very far from silencing debate. Please just understand when we make that decision, why we make that decision. With that said, thank you. We move on to the subject of amendments, the first to be tabled by Julianne Lopez.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, delegates. I am going to ask the delegates to consider integrating public administration topics covering local government, provincial government, and national government into the Department of Education school syllabus. This will make knowledge about public administration accessible at school level rather than restricting it to tertiary education. And it's basically because public administration is such a fundamental part of every citizen's and resident of this country's life. And too little is known about it until you leave school. It'll also help to professionalize the profession and depoliticize it. So I'm going to ask you to support my proposed amendment. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much indeed. We can move on to our next proposed amender, is Enos Sebesha.
protocol observe. Action SA, it's an incoming government, not a government in waiting. Therefore, as a government, a party that is an incoming government, we must make sure that we are a government that works for the people. We must avoid, by all means, to be a government that survives on loans, like the current government that we have now. Today, some of our people can't be paid. Our elderly, they were paid late on their social grants. Why? Because there was no more money. Therefore, I propose that an amendment to move all state-owned entities back to under the state control to ensure that alignment and national objectives and government standards. Conduct a comprehensive review of all SOEs, identify those that are non-profitable or do not perform core government functions. Initiate the winding down of non-profitable SOEs and those that do not serve clearly defined strategic objectives, reallocating their resources to more critical areas. I so move. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That concludes our proposed amendments. We move on to the debates. First up from KZN Ekurhuleni, Councillor Musa Kubeka.
Chairperson, thank you once again for this opportunity. Mr. President, we have a serious problem regarding cadre deployment. I'm happy that in our draft policy, we will reverse all irregular appointments made through cadre deployment policies. This cadre deployment is a strategy to protect those who are looting taxpayers' money, to pay those who put them in those positions in order to sustain their luxury lifestyle of buying expensive brands. And indeed, again, Mr. President, this deployment, it helps them to funding their events where they use that money to support their party. And they use the same strategy to pay their hitmen who are being used to silence the whistleblowers. With this policy, we'll be able to save innocent life. So we appreciate this policy and we support this policy. Thank you so much and God bless.
Thank you very much, Musa. We move on to our next delegate, Dr. Avinash Balbaran from KZN.
Yes. Greetings, Senate, and to the nation that's watching. It is the people's cry to get rid of the Minister of Police and the corrupt officials. Police men and women who think they are above the law and they can treat people anyhow when they approach the police stations, and police men and women who cannot engage with the community to bring peace and calm. This is not tolerated and will not be accepted, and you don't belong there. We have, mind you, good police officers that risk their lives on a daily basis to protect us as citizens, and I think those high positions belongs to them. My second issue is with the government employees in the health sector, prisons, and I want to remind you of the oath that you have taken. And I have an example of this is what you have said, that I will exercise my profession to the best of my knowledge and ability for the safety and welfare of all persons entrusted to my care for the health and well-being of the community, that I will not knowingly or intentionally do anything or administer anything to them to harm or prejudice. I want to tell you what the Bible says about this. In Peter 2:13 and 14, by God and act according in order to be found pleasing to him. That's why he has appointed you to serve in government. We do not engage in hate speech, but look at the floor that you have in front of you at viewers. We have blacks, Indians, whites, and coloreds here. We as South Africans, as Action SA is moving forward, and I would love to be on this advisory board in 2024, and we're looking forward for your votes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. From Limpopo, Gaugelo Bapuulo.
Thank you very much for pronouncing my name correctly again, Mr. Chairperson. Pass my greetings to the President. Let's talk about civil servants a bit. These are just a group of innocent people that went to government to work and uphold the principle, Yabatupele principle. Up until this, what we call politicians came into power and effect something that is called cadre development, deployment, all things take a wrong turn. That's where we saw them being introduced. They pursued a culture of corrupt officials where a brown envelope was introduced. I want to make a plea to the President that when we take over the government next year, let's do away with this brown envelope. Let's make sure that we do a complete clean out. We need to deploy the right people for the right job, because the reason why brown envelope exists and is sustained, it is simply because they've deployed incompetent people. And politicians have developed a tendency of bullying our own civil servants. That is why at some point in Limpopo, the entire government, the whole province, was under Section 100 because politicians have bullied the civil servants to do the wrong things. And I want to close by saying, only if Action SA cannot, clean out all these corrupt officials, we will continue to have a culture of corrupt officials, and our government will go down in the drain. We'll end up losing government like these criminals are doing. And in those few remarks, I would like to say, let us all go out there, recruit enough people, recruit enough voters, so that they put us into power and we get these people out of the situation. Amanda!
Aware too. Well said. Up next from KZN, Mduduzi and Tuli.
Thank you, Chairperson. I stand to support the draft on the professional public service. The definition of a public service is in a simple term, is the implementing the arm of government. Now the question is, what happens when the arm of government is dysfunctional? The Section 197 of the Constitution provides that within the public administration, there is a public service for the Republic which must function and be structured in terms of the national legislation and must be loyally execute the lawful policies of government of the day. As Action SA, we will be the government of the day. But what we will need to do, we will need to reform the current public administration. What is happening currently? We have about 1.2 million public servants, and that is the characteristics of a bloated administration. You have about the wage bill that is sitting at a 14% to the GDP. You have about 300 public officials who are sitting at home drawing about 130 million from your taxpayers. These are the issues that you must address when we took over as a government of the day. I thank you.
Thank you very much. From the Free State, Lehlo Honolo Mutsamai. Is he here? Thank you.
Let me start to create all delegates from 9 provinces.
If I could ask you to speak more directly, please.
Okay, no, sorry. Let me start to create all delegates from 9 provinces. Our president, chairperson, I'm standing here to actually to provide a direction or a directive. The importance of public service is to improve quality of life, to include ensuring that communities have access to clean drinking water and quality health care. What is your public service or as delegates? I hope you are all here from different provinces. We came here to actually represent our challenges that we are experiencing where we are situated. So it is our responsibility that when we are returning back to where we are living or where we are situated, we go and provide leadership. We return back to provide a change. A change is what you are actually living with on a daily basis. So what I'm trying to say is this, that it can't be correct that our people today are being removed from informal settlement to informal settlement. It can't be correct that our people are living actually with pit toilets where they are living. So quality of life is about housing, education, social welfare, transport, electricity and energy, which is electricity and energy is the crisis today in South Africa. So actioners, it is our responsibility to go to our branches and tell our people that Action SA is not a political party. It's a social voice. Pambili, Action SA, Pambili.
Pambili. Our next speaker, Thando Chabalala from Gauteng.
Thank you. I just want to frame this discussion in the context of professionals in political offices. Public servants in these spaces face an enormous resistance to change from senior officials in government. You almost have to prove that you have earned the right to be in your office. It makes chief of staffs almost militant in our approach of how we do our work. We have to fight for everything: connection to telephone lines, getting tools of trade for our staff, not to mention getting people to do their jobs. So as we begin to depoliticize and professionalize bureaucrats in government, may we please have change management strategies ready from day one. Transition management in government is a defeated concept, yet it is a key in turning things around. So good systems, processes, and projects and plans that we put together get dropped the second that we leave office. It's a systematic inertia of a different beast. As we've already left a few officers with my MMC Funzi Ngobeni, so I know this very well because our work remains lost and forgotten. This is why, fellow actioners, I endorse this policy with a smile today. What a pleasure it was to work in the Interprovincial Policy Panel for this particular policy. I just want to thank you, Michael, Andre, and Dr. Herman Mashaba for finally giving us a home, our home in Action SA. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Thando Chabalala. Nope, look, Rosemary, you've got the platform, so please take it.
Thank you very much. First of all, in endorsing the policy, I wish to congratulate the people that put it together, but I would like us to actually add on particular bullet points that I'm going to point out. First, I wish to say that on page 51, which talks about, it is about the appointment of the civil service, which must be based on merit. We need to actually avoid having people that work in provinces not coming from those provinces. They have no vested interest in what is going on in the public service. They leave their homes their homes on Tuesday, and then they leave the province on Thursday because they have no vested interest. So in so doing, we should have cascading accountability. Accountability needs to start with the minister. The minister cannot claim that they do not know what's going on in their department. The DG cannot claim that they do not know what is going on in their department. And as we hold them accountable, let us have clarity. when it comes to key performance areas. Some of us have been victims of holding people accountable for key performance areas. But also we need to look after mental health of our public servants. We have too few social workers that are in the public service, and mental health is an issue, and it is a problem. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have Thando Chabalala now? Okay. Thank you. I see the table has been updated now. Patrick Matsetska from the Northwest.
Yeah, I'm ready. Thank you. In the interest of time, and as pleases this House, I will not greet. However, I've got a point regarding the problem statement of this particular draft, which is in bullet number 2. It basically talks about the corrupt and the appointment of public servants. My input in this regard is that, looking to the fact of the high-level corruption, which is a cancer in our society, we need perhaps to ensure that our public servants, all of them, they must have a contract. Within that contract of employment, there should be some sentence that talks about the corruption. When we find you in a corruption space, you must know the consequences. And again, we should ensure that all public servants also are accountable in terms of Section 38 of the Public Finance Management Act, so that finances of the department should be managed accordingly and without fear and favor, starting from the minister, or rather the president, going down to the HODs, to the directors and chief directors of the department. They must have that contract that clearly stipulates that if we find you in the room of corruption, this will be the consequences. I think that's how we can able to cap for the corrupt activities. My second point is alluded by, my second point is alluded here during our guest here to say we need to amend Public Service Act Section 3. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker, I think it's first time to the podium, Alphys Mokoena, the person in charge of the fastest growing region in Limpopo, last I checked.
Amanda. Thank you very much, Chairperson. It has proven to be a fact that we have an old age at our government institution. We have witnessed this even also at the Parliament, Mr. President, that we should look back at our Employment Equity Act when we take over. We have a lot of young graduates that they can do better in this government institution. Secondly, I'm coming from Limpopo, which is very much too rural. We are rich in minerals, like of chromes and platinums. DMR is the problem. Minerals and energy is the problem. You will find that there is illegal mine that is legal. When you check, the mine is existing. But in some few days, some few months, the mine is dead. When you check, it's out. Lastly, my point, we have safety and security department, but we don't have security guards in that department. As HNSA, Mr. President, I will propose when we take over, we should look into that we insource all the security guards to work under government. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. If I can just encourage everyone to know that that is exactly what this policy says. Thank you. Our next speaker, Arnold Maleka.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. My name is Arnold Maleka again. I'm the National Chairperson of the Disability Forum. The Employment Equity Act of 55 of 1998 requires that the departments must hire 2% of persons with disabilities. As far, it has not been reached. Nationally, I think it's below even 1%. We therefore request that Action SA, when we move into power, can we at least try to achieve that threshold and even go beyond? And then as soon as we employ persons with disabilities, let's also ensure that they are well resourced. Let's not just employ them and put them there and then without proper resources for them to do their job. Let's also ensure that they occupy all positions in MMS, middle management services, as well as senior management services. Chairperson, we are ridiculed at the moment because most parties, they know that Action SA has got a disability forum. But now they are saying we are not advocating for this 2%. So I think it should start with us, especially where we are in government. In Swan, we are already in government. We've got members of the mayoral committee. Can we ensure that even in those departments, we achieved that 2%? Allow me to say the last point, Chairperson. Most of the persons with disabilities, they went to school very late. It's a very important one. Let's just try to. In case of learnerships, people with disabilities, in most cases, they get learnerships. And if with these learnerships, they've got an age restrictions of 35, and they went to school late. Can we try to ensure that maybe we move that 35 to 45? Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. The next speaker from Limpopo, Mamoredi Shai.
May I start?
Please.
To achieve that, on what my chairperson has just elaborated here, it's very simple. My name is Mamoriri Shai, known as Shaizen, the National Secretary, Disability Forum. We need to see the inclusion of disability desks within all public sector, including the SOEs, to deal with disability issues where people with disabilities form part of top decision-making structure within the working space. Delegates, this has to start with us first. As they said, charity begins at home. And as government in waiting, let us be prepared not to fail disability communities like the yellow jerseys by having one person representing us at the Senate level to give or provide guidance on disability issues. We need to be well represented to walk the walk. Remember, nothing about us without us. Amanda.
Thank you very much. The next speaker, Vincent Maribe.
Good morning, Actioners. My contribution is based on the premise that structure follows strategy. Therefore, with government's departments must work with the people to build anticipative capacity, meaning the employees that will be able to take care of the needs of the community. The government must be inventive and foster an innovative society in order to create emergent solutions to the complex challenges that the society may be facing. In other words, the government must be primarily a provider of professional service. Public interest now is a collective enterprise that involves government, citizens, and civil society as value creators and co-producers of public goods. Therefore, based on the premise that structure follows strategy, governance and enhanced performance, good performance management system must create a paradigm shift in the traditional roles and structures of inflexible control and procedures. Thank you, Actioners.
Thank you very much. From the Free State, Mkhulu Makate.
Dumelang. Delegates, I support the draft of the public policy. But what I need to add is that we need to balance the issues of age in the public services. We have an aging and lazy personnel at this department, and this deprives our people of services. As our policy lever states that our institutions are only as strong as the people who work in them. Therefore, we need to have employment contracts include performance clauses in this. This is why I think that you work for government, and it's why it has to stop. We also need to relook at the retirement policies in our country. This will enable us to hire more youth and people of age 36 and above. People of age 36 and above sent me here to represent them in this conference. They want same opportunities in government as people of 18 to 35. I thank you.
Thank you. From Gauteng, Segofatso Matlatla. Is the speaker here?
Okay, thank you. Greetings, fellow delegates. I am here to endorse the policy draft on professional public service. It is imperative that we put in place mechanisms that would recruit and select public servants who are fit for purpose and equal to task. Mr. President, when we take the government next year, let us introduce ongoing support systems that will develop, train, and support public representatives to become community servants, and rather than check collectors and drunkards we're confronted with. Furthermore, as contemporary youth, we are challenged with lack of opportunities in the public sector due to nepotism and corrupt cadre deployment. We want government to do away with Z83 forms. Delegates, with the current administration, as women, we are subjected to table ourselves to these cadres in order to secure positions in the public sector. Therefore, I would like to close with Dr. Nasipi's words. We need leaders who will put people at the center of services, not those that need our bodies or bribery. Cooler action, cooler. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Kobani Tose from the Eastern Cape.
Thank you, Chair. Good day, ambassadors. I support the policy draft. I'm Kobani Tose, a young man from poor of the poorest community in South Africa. And this virus has been caused by this government we live under. This government has closed all the factories in our location and close all the things that we are supposed to, like sport, like game reserving and all things. It's such a great privilege for me to take a stand today against so-called leaders, which we know that they are destroying our future because these are not leaders. And I know that the youth of South Africa, all of us, we are angry against them. When you look at government and education, They employ each and every year 5 people or 5 young guys for the post of 1 person. And they call those guys EAs. And then those young people, after 9 months, they took again that contract and then employ another 9 people, and then they call it a job creation. Once we know that they are destroying our culture, our country, because that's not a job creation. That's just providing for something to eat just now. And then what about tomorrow? While we know that these guys are just in mission to feed themselves, they call them fat cats. We say today, enough is enough. I want to say each and every person, each and every young guy in South Africa must have a job, a permanent job, not just a temporary job or a contract job. Enough is enough. Thank you.
Thank you. Johan Snyman from the Western Cape.
My President and leaders, there's one word missing in our public service policy. That word, productivity. The effectiveness of productive effort. Leaders, Action SA is of the meaning that appointments must happen on merit. But that didn't happen in the last years under ANC government, thanks to their cadre deployment policy. Because of that, leaders, and because cadres are not leaving their cozy positions, we must advocate the introduction of professional productivity training in our policy. This training will ensure that we change the behavior of the public servants and the perceptions of the public, our voters. I thank you.
Thank you. Next up, advice. Chuma.
All right, no, thank you so much, Chair, the presiding officer. I would also like to take this opportunity to appreciate our capable leadership, National Youth Forum, our incoming President of the Republic, as well as the incoming Premier of Gauteng, Funzi Ngobeni. So mine is very simple. I support and endorse the Action SA policy as it has been put together on its entirety. But want also to say that, as we professionalize, we must also incorporate it with digitization as we seek to have professionals. So it is very important that people are hired on merit, not what's currently happening. It's very painful that majority of graduates are seated at home, while someone is having a position of a financial manager. That particular person don't even know or have ever seen a general ledger. So this will help in terms of making sure that people who are skilled, equipped, and know what they are doing, which will effectively, increase the service delivery that we all need. Again, the important one is cadre deployment. Cadre deployment, this brutal regime, corrupt, have glorified it to the extent that some of us who are in touch with ground, our very own people are asking us that, what does that mean to us? It means that if advice is not qualified, he's not going to be the DD of any government post. Those that are highly qualified and equipped, they will have those positions. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. And our final speaker, for what it's worth, Andrew, it looks like the Northern Cape likes to have the last word on every occasion. So we're back. Abraham Fasahi from the Northern Cape.
Baie dankie. Ek groet almal. Ja, president en almal hier so teenwoordig. Die HPCSA doen vir ons mense absoluut niks. So jou registrasie moet wees vir 5 jaar. Gee mense werk waar hulle bly, maak seker die mense het 'n passie vir die werk en soek nie net 'n salaris nie. Wanneer iemand opgelei is as 'n opsmedic, laat hy so geregistreer word, sien dat die persoon mediese drugs kan gebruik en sodoende kan ons baie meer lewens red. Wanneer ons ander departemente se salarisse verhoog ook die nooddienste of die ambulanspersoneel se salarisse met byvoeging van 'n gevaar toelaat. Gee ook ons asseblief opvolgkursusse aan noodmediese personeel by klinieke om ons mense meer spoedig te help. Maak ook nooddienste deel van skoolopleiding en gemeenskapopleiding. Oud-soldate, die veterans, kan weer in diens geneem word om ons grense te beskerm. bring voluntary military service terug, to serve the country and fight poverty and unemployment. SANAP, die Suid-Afrikaanse narkotiese bureau, moet weer in SAPS geherintegreer word om dwelmhandel te beveg, asook bende geweld. Meer vrouwen moet in bestuursposities aangestel word op meriete en nie deur seksuele gunsies nie, maar vir wat hulle regtig werd is. Baie dankie.
I'll do a quick synopsis of the Afrikaans version to what Versaghi mentioned to us. First and foremost, I want to start with the last point that he mentioned, that under no circumstances must ladies or females be appointed based on the basis of sexual favors. That's out. It's actually something that is a real insult when one considers that women or ladies have to expose themselves in that fashion because men are in most instances the culprits in these kind of activities. And the issue of his plea is also that we must also consider as Action SA that we must also promote that people, especially those that do ambulance driving and that are in that working environment, that their salaries must also be adjusted because they are also exposed to the dangers in our society. And therefore, he's making a plea to the organization that we must also take that into account. I think that was some of the highlights that he actually mentioned in the speech that he said in Afrikaans. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, delegates. We have moved on to the part of our program where we will consider the draft policy proposal on public service. Thank you for a very fruitful debate with many important issues raised, some of which I think need to be part of an ongoing development process, and I think will be taken under advisement in a process going forward. Let us begin with Amendment 1, PPSPSC 42. These acronyms are getting better and better, people. From Julianne Lopez, consider integrating public administration topics covering local, provincial and national government into the Department of Education school syllabus. Number 2, allocate resources for the development of curriculum materials and teacher training to effectively teach these topics. Number 3, aim to improve public comprehension and participation by making knowledge about public administration accessible at the school level rather than restricting it to tertiary education. Delegates, those in favor of the amendment, please raise your green cards. There seems to be definitive thank you. If you're opposed, raise your red card. Nope, the amendment carries unanimously. Thank you. Amendment 2, move all SOEs back under state control to ensure alignment with national objectives and governance standards. Conduct a comprehensive review of all SOEs to identify those that are non-profitable or do not perform core government functions. Number 3, initiate the winding down of non-profitable SOEs and those that do not clearly serve a defined strategic objective, reallocating their resources to more critical areas. Ladies and gentlemen, those in favor, please raise your green cards. That appears to be definitive. Thank you. Those opposed, your red cards. The amendment carries. Thank you. Just the 2 amendments, as I understand it, and therefore what is left for me to do is to put our draft policy proposal as amended by these 2 amendments that have just been carried, and to put that draft policy proposal as amended to the floor. All in favor of adopting our draft policy proposal on public service as amended, please raise your green cards. That seems to be definitive as well. Please lower your hands. Those who are opposed, a red card. Just me. Nope. All good. Thank you. I'm pleased to say we have a draft policy proposal on public services. Delegates, it is my pleasure to announce after a very long morning we will take lunch. May I ask all delegates to please be back in this venue at 1 o'clock sharp. Please, delegates, let's be punctual given the need for people to depart on time for very long journeys home. Thank you. Action SA Policy Conference, please may I ask you to enter the plenary venue and begin to take your seats. We will begin the next policy session in a few minutes. Delegates of the Action SA Policy Conference, please will you enter the plenary venue and take your seats. We will begin the final policy discussion in just a few minutes.
Don't let your heart grow cold. Don't live in the past, oh no. 'Cause I can be the fantasy you're dreaming for. And oh, wow, what goes around comes back around. And oh, wow, don't say I didn't tell you so. And oh, wow, what goes around comes back around. And back around and comes back around.
Shall you do?
Spending my time just trying to please you, but every breath I seem to waste. Don't tell me suddenly you can be all the things that never change.
Delegates of the Action SA Policy Conference, please will you enter the plenary hall. We will begin the next policy discussion in the next few minutes.
You let your heart go cold. You let the past burn your soul. No, I won't be the fantasy you're hoping for. And oh, wow, what goes around comes back around. And oh, wow, don't say I didn't tell you so. And oh, wow, what goes around comes back around. And back around and comes back around. Put this emotion, waves of emotion, and I'll go there with you. Anticipation, so close I can taste it. There's one thing left to do. Yeah, we've come so far and we've almost done it all. We can't stop here. I think you and I see this eye to eye, right here next to you. I know you feel it too. There ain't nobody else. I want you to.
Delegates, please will you enter the plenary venue and take your seats. We will begin in the next minute or two. Delegates, please take your seats. We will begin in the next minute or two. The CP, please take your seats.
Know where it's going, and I'll go there with you. Make every one night like once in a lifetime. There's one thing left to do. I think you and I see this eye to eye, right here next to you. I know you feel it too. There ain't nobody else. I want you to myself. I feel so close to There's one thing left to do. 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 Don't wanna wait no more. Don't wanna wait no more. Don't wanna wait no more. I think you and I see this eye to eye, right here next to you. I know you feel it too. There's one thing left to do. One thing.
Delegates, please will you take your seats? We will begin in the next minute.
One thing left to do. Don't wanna wait no more. Don't wanna wait no more. Don't wanna wait no more. I think you and I see this eye to eye. I'm right here next to you. I know you feel it.
So many words, nothing to say. Remember the times I took your breath away. When we were young, the games we played, running around to chase the days away. Now here we are,
Corruption. It's like a parasite on South Africa's prosperity, holding us back from our full potential and tearing the moral fabric of our society. As we convene for this pivotal policy conference, Action SA is taking a definitive stand. We are determined to tackle the corruption crisis that has crippled our nation and declare it as public enemy number one. We didn't just sit in boardrooms, we hit the streets, opened online portals, and scrolled through social media to hear what you have to say about ending corruption. Your voices have been our compass, steering us towards actionable solutions that resonate with the challenges you face daily. To deepen our understanding, we've consulted experts who've spent years fighting corruption. They've offered invaluable insights on multiple fronts, from protecting whistleblowers against retaliation to the idea of reviving an independent body like the Scorpions for unbiased investigations. They've also underscored the need for competency in public sector hiring and fostering a culture of ethical leadership. Today, these proposals, shaped by your experiences and honed by expert wisdom, are our collective blueprint for a corrupt-free South Africa.
To introduce our draft policy on corruption, please welcome the chairperson of the Corruption Policy Panel, Senator Michelle Wasserman.
President Herman Mashaba, members of the Action SA Senate, delegates, distinguished guests, and fellow citizens. Action SA has a vision of a South Africa in which all forms of corruption, political patronage, and profiteering have been eradicated from public and private life. In this South Africa, resources meant for public good are no longer plundered by unethical politicians, civil servants, or business people. The current governing party has not only condoned, but has rewarded corruption. Corruption has become pervasive in all state institutions. Sarafina, the Arms Deal, Travelgate, Bosasa, Nkandla, Transnet, PRASA, Eskom, VBS, COVID contracts, digital vibes. These are just some of the highlights in a litany of corruption scandals that have rocked and ruined our country over the past 27 years. The scale of corruption in South Africa has cost our country and its people dearly, and without the pervasive corruption hollowing out our state institutions, South Africa's development would have been at a significantly more progressed state. Fighting corruption is therefore not an end in itself. It is a fight for social justice. Because, in the words of Pope Francis, corruption is paid for by the poor. Chief Justice Raymond Zondo explained how money lost to corruption is money that could have been used to build schools, clinics, hospitals, roads, bridges, and generally to ensure development in our communities. Corruption must therefore be declared as public enemy number one. And South Africa and South Africans must take, you can clap for that. South Africa and South Africans must take a zero-tolerance approach to any and all corruption in both the public and private spheres. We must give effect to the Constitutional Court's judgment and establish a Chapter 9 anti-corruption institution that functions independently from political influence and has the authority to investigate and prosecute corruption, and as well as to make binding recommendations to combat corruption. The Scorpions must be re-established to deal with high-priority corruption cases, and specialized courts and tribunals must be set up to adjudicate corruption cases and speed up the prosecution of grand corruption cases. We must provide resources to capacitate the National Prosecuting Authority to investigate and prosecute cases of corruption efficiently. The NPA must be resourced with forensic accountants and financial crimes experts. The definition of corruption must be broadened to include an abuse of political power for personal or political gain and trading in influence. We must also criminalize the non-reporting of corruption so that individuals who should have reasonably been aware that corruption is taking place but failed to report it can be prosecuted. The scale of corruption persisting in South Africa is both deliberate and systematic, resulting in widespread human suffering. We must therefore utilize our presence in international bodies to lobby for the recognition of grand corruption as a crime against humanity. The punishment for corruption must be harshened, particularly for public office holders, state officials, and representatives of political parties, and we must ensure that anyone found guilty of corruption is permanently excluded from holding public office. Penalties for private sector corruption must be equally severe and must include the paying back of any money gained from corrupt contracts. It is only the bright light of transparency that will root out the darkness of corruption. We can begin by publishing tender details online and require all bid adjudication committee meetings to be open to the public. Cross-governmental e-procurement systems and blockchain technology must be harnessed to reduce human intervention in decision-making and prevent corruption in procurement. Anyone who has the courage to challenge corruption is a public hero, deserving of respect and protection. And today we remember and pay tribute to our own Fehi mentor, who was one of the first people to raise the alarm on state capture. The sad reality in South Africa is that whistleblowers are shamed and shunned by friends and colleagues. They're fired from their jobs, overwhelmed by legal fees, and all too often, like Mas Paku, Lennox Harane, Philemon Ngwenya, Maruma Elek Peña, and Babita Dekoran, they lose their lives. Legislation must entrench the confidentiality of whistleblowers, ensure that they are protected against retaliation, and provide them with the appropriate legal immunity and access to remedies in the case of retribution action against them. We must also protect whistleblowers from professional and financial harm by affording protections in labor law for whistleblowing that is done in good faith, including severe financial penalties imposed on companies that act against whistleblowers unfairly. We will provide access to legal and psychological counseling services for whistleblowers, as well as immediately providing close protection, while conducting risk assessments to determine whether permanent or long-term close protection is required. A fund must be established, managed under the auspices of the Chapter 9 institution, that provides rewards for information that leads to the successful prosecution of corrupt activities. The ideal outcome in South Africa's war on corruption is that corruption is prevented from happening in the first place. Doing so eliminates the adverse consequences of corruption and will ultimately lead to a stronger state that is more capable of delivering high-quality services. It is our intention to create an environment where corruption is prevented from occurring and a society where it is accepted that participating in corrupt activities will lead to arrest. To do this, we will address the socio-economic drivers of corruption, which include inequality, weak institutions, political patronage, and impunity, with a comprehensive policy response that enables ethical behavior. We will include awareness of what corruption is and how it impacts the citizens and residents of South Africa in the educational curriculum, so that children are aware of corruption from a young age. And we will institute ethics and integrity training as part of university curricula and professional development programs, particularly in the public sector. But those who choose to commit the crime of corruption must be held to account. This is critical for entrenching a culture of accountability, recovering the proceeds of corruption, which will be paid into the Opportunity Fund, as we spoke about yesterday in our economic prosperity policy. We must create an environment where the fear of prosecution prevents people from participating in corruption. We must increase the minimum sentence for anyone guilty of corruption in transactions exceeding 500,000 rand to 15 years imprisonment without the possibility of a fine or parole, and ensure severe repercussions for those that abuse political and elected office for corruption. We must introduce mechanisms that hold political parties accountable for the corrupt activities of their members, including financial penalties and bans on running election campaigns when party members have been found guilty of corruption. Delegates, the time has come to say enough is enough. Action SA will create a society of opportunity and prosperity for all South Africans, and we will not allow corruption to stand in our way. We will rise up as a nation and say to those who have enriched themselves at the expense of us all, but particularly at the expense of the poor, that we will no longer allow it. We will build a nation in which poverty is eradicated, a nation led by ethical leaders who are committed to accountability and transparency, and where every cent of state money is spent on delivering services to the people of South Africa. I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Michelle, and I think this panel has done excellent work. I decided I'd give our national spokesperson's voice a rest, and I would do the next announcement. But very pleased to tell you, ladies and gentlemen, that the next speaker is someone who requires little introduction. But certainly it is important to know in South Africa, on paper, everyone is against corruption. Even the ANC's policy says they are against corruption. So what matters is not what is on paper so much as how we act and the principles we apply. And that is why I'm pleased to say to you that our next speaker hasn't just spoken against corruption, he has served as a mayor of Nelson Mandela Bay, and he has fought it, and he has won that fight, and he is going to talk to us next. Athol Trollip.
Conference, I want to illustrate the pathology of corruption in South Africa, and I'm going to try and illustrate how pervasive it is by using a few examples to illustrate why we cannot pay lip service to eradicating corruption. The first one is Eskom. Eskom symbolizes what the cancer of corruption has done to our society. Load shedding does not only hamstring our economy, inconvenience our daily lives, and costs us dearly in providing alternative energy. It has become the timetable for thieves to have carte blanche to steal our critical infrastructure. It is the timetable for thieves when they know that our batteries have run low in our home alarm systems, and they walk in and they pillage and they loot and they do whatever they like. Bantu bakuthi, wonke umuntu uyayazi ba ugas uyaluma. Kodwa xa ucimileyo ugas ungawuntshontsha uyibe ikhopa. Xa engekho ugas uyakwazi ukuyibopha izinyoka. Siyayinyamezela loo nto. When it comes to climate change, Zwakele Mngwango spoke about sewage running everywhere. I want to tell you that sewage only runs everywhere in poor communities. If there's a pipe burst in an affluent community, it gets fixed. This is also happening daily in our communities because of corruption, which is incidentally the handmaiden of a corrupt, inept, and careless and incompetent government. I'll give you some examples. Zwakele and our legal team have taken legal steps in eThekwini because people can't swim on the beaches anymore. We were in Buffalo City last week. We're about to start litigation against Buffalo City because 12 of their 15 wastewater treatment works don't work. Now that's one thing to say that, but what does it mean? It means that all the sewage that runs through those 12 wastewater treatment works goes straight through the works into the rivers and into the dams that then provide water to the people that drink the water out of the taps. We saw what happened at Rooiwal, and we're going to try and prevent that happening in Buffalo City. But we know how bad this government is at treating potable water. So if you're putting raw sewage into a river that ends up in a dam that provides water for you to drink, uzuyazawukula. Ngenxa ye-corruption. In the Free State, if you travel through the Free State from Bloemfontein to Welkom, you would be under the illusion that it's a beautiful wetland. You see beautiful waterfowl, flamingos. But because it's flat in the Free State, there's nowhere for the sewage to go. It doesn't run into rivers and into dams. It lies there. And we have lakes of sewage in Free State. You might ask, what has that got to do with corruption? Corruption facilitates cable theft. We export more copper out of this country than they do out of Zambia, and we don't even mine copper in South Africa. Our environment and our health care is totally compromised because of corruption. Let me talk about health. Dr. Khosi Letlapa told us yesterday that we say we act as one, and he asked us to live up to it and challenged us that we wear it on our hearts and not on our backs. He spoke about having lost our humanity. He is right. In health, doctors take the Hippocratic oath of ethics to serve and save. And nurses pledge the following, and I'm going to quote for you. I solemnly pledge myself to the service of humanity and will endeavor to protect my profession with conscience and with dignity. I will maintain by all means in my power the honor and noble tradition of my profession. The total health of my patients will be my first consideration. Now I want to tell you, if you think about those words, you've got to respect the people who take that pledge and stand by it with commitment. But these commitments are conspicuously absent in our public service, in our public health sector. Corruption is not only about self-enrichment, colleagues. It is also about corrupting the minds and hearts of people who pledge humanity, but display heartlessness and indifference. We can act as one to fix our public healthcare system if we remediate the cancer of corruption that has infected so many in this sector. We must show that we care by being there, open and close quote by Professor William Gumede. We saw a perfect example of this yesterday, where we were addressed by Dr. Bongani Nxumalo. God bless you, sir. You were there for that young boy when he was all alone and no one else cared. I salute you, Zwakele, for taking the first step of care, for being there. This is Action SA in action. Let me get to law and order. Lady Justice is an allegorical personification of the moral force of justicial systems. Her attributes are a sword, scales, and a blindfold. The blindfold is there because justice should be unbiased and not based on one's appearance or one's public standing. She holds a set of scales in the one hand so that evidence can be weighed and the sword in the other hand. The sword is held pointing down or below the scales, because punishment can only be administered once evidence is fairly weighed. But punishment must be administered if you break the law. That is conspicuously absent in our country, especially if you're a person of high and public standing. It is the humans that corrupt justice, and it is us that turn the blindfold into blinkers to protect those who do not deserve protection. We must stop the countenance of corruption. This is what ethical leadership demands of us, and this is what we demand of you in Action SA. We are not permitted to turn a blind eye from corruption, especially if we encounter it amongst ourselves. In conclusion, I appeal to you, your families, your friends and communities, to stop being so enduring and resilient to the disdain and unbridled corruption that is dished up to us on a daily basis by the current government and their cohort of corrupt cadres. Masiyeke ukunyamezela kangaka. Noba sidelelwa ngurhulumente wombutho kakhoko bethu. okhokho bona bengasoze bayinyamezele indelelo nencinezelo enje. Sithi thina soze siyinyamezele thina lonto ku-Action SA, ongathi sitofwe ngesitofu senhlupeko. We must also understand what corruption at local level means to each one of us and the electorate. Not doing anything about it is where you live, in your VD, in your ward, in your municipality, is like unintentionally or intentionally infecting yourself with a terminal disease. So start with your ward councillor. Start with your ward committee member. Go to your municipality. Go to the mayor. Go to the province. Go to Parliament. Demand that corruption must be sorted out at local level. You know, issues such as corruption in housing allocation, non-performance and poor management of bulk service infrastructure, non-existent maintenance, to name a few, means that our cities and towns and wards fall apart at our collective cost. We live in dysfunctional environments because we accept it. Let's commit to fixing ourselves first, as Kwena Mongope said. Fix ourselves first. Fix your VD next. Fix your ward next. Then your municipality, then your province, and then maybe the country. In conclusion, colleagues, my second conclusion, I want to talk about a hot topic this week. I want to say that the issue of dealing with illegal immigrants is very simply prescribed in the Bible. Go and read John 10:1. And I want to quote, Jesus said, I'm telling you the truth. The man who does not enter the sheep pen by the gate, but climbs in some other way, is a thief and a robber. Close quote. Ukuba wena ungena emzini wami ngomnyango ngaphambile, ndizakwamkela. Ukuba wena ufuna ungena emzini wami ngasemva ngebhagla ekitchen ebusuku, andizokwamkela. In the book of Ezekiel, it says the following. It advises how the foreigners who bear sons amongst you, they shall be to you as native born and shall be allotted inheritance, only if they enter through the front gate of the sheep pen. Our grave challenge in this regard is corruption that facilitates the inundation of our country and communities with illegal immigrants. It's not immigration. It is the corruption that facilitates the inundation of our country by illegal immigrants. Urhwaphilizo ubulala ilizwe lethu. Masincothule ngengcambo, enkosi.
Thank you very much indeed. I'm very glad I'm not following that speech. However, there are some amenders who now have to. So we're going to move on to the amendment and debate phase of the policy on corruption. We have a speakers list. You may wish to know it is already full with some 33 speakers. I didn't tell them to go on the list. I repeat, I'm very much a facilitator of this message to you. But we are going to cap at 1 minute 30 each and ask that they be as concise and to the point as possible. And for what it's worth, colleagues, I think we've done fairly well in the recent past in this regard, so let's protect the speakers and get through to discussion. Our first amender is Julianne Lopez.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I'm not even going to try and compete with Mr. Trollope's speech. Delegates, the amendment that I propose is to introduce a red list of companies and individuals currently under investigation for corruption and or fraud, to ensure that bid education committees consider the red list and implement additional due diligence mechanisms on companies and individuals on the list. Now, the reason for this is that National Treasury has really not been able to put companies that are mired in corruption on a blacklist. And when you look at the likes of Edwin Sodi, who was mentioned yesterday, Roy Moodley, very controversial tender award in the Western Cape with Royal Security, And what did the minister say? He said, well, we had to give it to them because they haven't been blacklisted. Well, if blacklisting takes that long, let's try and put some measures into place that may protect and safeguard our system from corruption. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. The next speaker is Riabetswe Ongwa.
Riabetswe Ongwa from the Northwest Province. A process that took over 4 years and approximately over 1 billion rand of taxpayers' money to implicate over 1,438 people have left us to just naming and shaming and putting some people in prison. Most recently, the president had to release some offenders into society. I must say that our resilience has left us in the dark and penniless, quite literally. I therefore ask in my amendment to convert the monetary value of assets stolen or misused by convicted government officials into corresponding number of years to be served in rehabilitation projects, deduct any recovered assets or money from the total value to determine the length of the rehabilitation sentence, require that those convicted of corruption to serve their sentences by contributing to the government-led social development projects, direct the efforts of officials convicted of corruption towards the physical construction of schools, houses, and other community infrastructure. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. We now move on to the debate segment. First up from the Free State, Hanno Becker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, yes, I like the amendments and I will be voting for them. However, I don't want to use my time here to talk about the amendments. I rather would like to talk about the why of why is corruption so prevalent. And I'm going to do it by way of a story that my dad used to tell me. Back when he was still employed at the mines, there was an old man, a mandala, that always, whenever my dad did something for him, said, "Dankie my boss," and he used this gesture. And then one day my dad asked him, "What's up with this gesture that you do every time?" And he said, "It's quite simple. What I'm doing is I'm acknowledging that you're the head, I'm acknowledging that I'm below you. You have to take care of me because you're the head and I'm below you. But remember, I don't want to be below you, so I'm going to do whatever it takes to pull you down. So then the roles are going to be reversed, because then I need to take care of you. In return, you don't want to be pulled down, so you are going to suppress me as much as you possibly can so that you can stay at the top. And whilst you're at the top, you are going to line your pockets so that you cannot, when you lose your position, you're not in a position where you need to go and stand and make the same gesture to me. And once you understand that, then you can actually understand the why behind the corruption and why they say, but it's not corruption, what have I done wrong? And once you understand that, you can actually then move forward with a sensible policy. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Also from this Free State, up next, Malwande Mhlakaza.
Thanks for the opportunity, Chair. I will only touch on two issues. One is in relation to the whistleblowers. The whistleblowers, what I'm saying to the Action SA when they come to government, what they must do, because these people are patriots, they must not be punished for being patriots. What must be done if they report cases of corruption? The money that have been recovered from corruption, 25% of such must be given to such people. What is the reason of that? It must act as an incentive and a motivation for such people to report what is wrong and what is happening with corruption. Then the last issue must be in relation to you, Honorable President Mashaba, to say when you go to union buildings next year and appoint your cabinet, for a ministry of people with disabilities, please, a minister must be a person who lives with a person with disability. And then the Director General must be the person also with disability. We must be at the center of taking decisions so that when those things that needed to be done, they should be done. But please, Honorable President, don't appoint such a person because such a person is a friend to you. Look at the skills, look at the capacity, look at the eloquent articulation of such a person. We don't want here to reward people for cabinet posts, but we want people who are going to make a change to disability sector. I thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker from the Eastern Cape, Yolanda Manga.
I'm not greeting you all. We have a serious problem, South Africans. Ingxaki entsha qaqa. USARS lo sisizathu sobana sibe lapha sonke namhlanje. South African Revenue Services is stealing from our people. Action SA masimjongeni uSARS. The policies that they are putting are oppressing ngoku to our people. The widowers are resigning from their work because USARS is overcharging them on tax because the system is not calculating their tax bracket correctly. So the income tax for individuals is being stolen from people who do not have money. The auto assessment is being done incorrectly because you find that people are auto assessed and the auto assessment is wrong. So most people are not aware that the South African Revenue Services is taking away from them because when you see USARS, you get scared and you believe Uti, you have to pay. South Africa, wake up. We have another corrupt office, South African Revenue Services. Efanele into yobana ithatha imali ebantwini ngendlela right, but bayayiba ngoku. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Your next speaker, Xolisile Mzele from the Eastern Cape.
Akalali umuntu ozela ikwekwe. Akalali. Good afternoon, leadership. Leaders, let's acknowledge the fact that we are here today. It is not because we wanted to come here and support the Action SA. The actual policy that has brought us here today is this policy of corruption. I would then plead to Action SA that for those that are taken from the public purse, they must be punished harshly. There must be no face for them, number one. Number two, I would propose to Action SA that whoever takes money from a government, that is a government servant, that person must be given a lengthy sentence. He must not be given a preferential treatment when he goes behind bars. I'm done. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. The next speaker, also from the Eastern Cape, Winti Ngukana.
Yes, ma'am. Action. Mr. President, this is the first time I saw in all the policies there was an item of corruption. It means you are very, very bold and you know what you want for this country. Firstly, there's the labor brokers. All the ANC cadres, they came back and they formed this institution of labor brokers. It's belonged to them. I'm the victim of them. Metro Municipality Nelson Mandela Bay gave us 8,000, then 3,500 went to the labor brokers, owners. There's also those brown envelopes that went to the officials. The officials and the CEOs who are involved in corruption. When the person is suspended, you cannot give that person 100% of his wages while he's doing nothing, sitting at his home. That person must at least get 50% until his case has been solved. Secondly, and lastly, Mr. President, you must introduce a corruption court that is going to speed up the cases of these people, not sitting at home paying. And last, I'm going now. Please bring back the scorpions, man. Bring back the scorpions. I thank you.
You'll be very pleased to know that your policy team has heard every one of those suggestions. It's in our policies. Thank you. Our next speaker from the Northwest, Wilfred Leteko.
Yes, I'm here to support the corruption police. Indeed, Mr. Trollip, corruption is a cancerous public enemy #1. It cannot be business as usual when this movable asset that takes a chunk of a taxpayer's money is often misused by corrupt officials. Specifically, I'm referring to the state vehicles. Here, we are talking about the maintenance for the lifespan of that vehicle. We are talking refueling of that particular vehicle. But our vehicles are doing ranking outside, they are doing groceries, whilst our people are waiting for the service deliveries. I humbly request Action SA, should we come up with a mechanism to cap this misuse. In doing so, please exclude the traffic officers as they are as well corrupt. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker is Valerie Fernandez from the Western Cape.
Thank you. To everybody here this afternoon, I just want to endorse the scorpions versus the hawks. The hawks take 4 days to come back to you to answer any questions. The scorpions right through the night. Whether it's 4 o'clock, they will awake you. I've got experience. Then the other thing, as an alderman in politics, forget about if we gonna win. We are gonna win. If we go into our areas, we must go with a positive mood, people. And no, if take that out of your vocabulary, that's old-fashioned. Nah? And all I want to say to our President and Senate, thank you for this few days that we have been here, but we are going to pay you back by showing that we mean business.
Thank you very much indeed. Tandile Ntongana from the Eastern Cape.
Thank you, Chairperson. Preventing public sector corruption. First point, it's a code of conduct. There should be legally prohibition against corruption, which are criminal and civil penalties. Rewards and incentives. We must provide decent wages. We must provide merit-based opportunity or appointment. Accessibility. Opportunities and jobs must be accessible to everybody, to everyone. Citizen and stakeholders participation. Public services require a wide range of stakeholders for accountability. Lastly, adopt procedures for public reporting and access to public sector information. I thank you.
Nofundiso Tame.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, I support the draft policy on corruption. However, I would like to make a submission with regards to the professional bodies that play an oversight role on the conduct and practice of professionals, both in public and private sector, and the irregularities, incompetency that can be equated to corruption. I'm going to make reference with the South African Council for Social Services Profession. As I've already mentioned, the level of incompetency, the exorbitant amounts of money paid by each social service practitioner annually, these are known as membership fees. However, there is totally no accountability by the council, not even an SMS or an email to acknowledge the receipt of the money. Chairperson, no services are provided by the council. I can report that. Or even developmental programs in that regard. Only the threats of deregistration that the practitioners receive. To whom does the council account to? And what are they doing with the money that they receive, the so-called membership fees? To my understanding, the functions of the professional bodies are to regulate, support, and development. However, that is never happening. It's only the threats of deregistration. I would like to sponsor that Action SA-led government to inform Parliament, to form the Parliament Committee, in the parliamentary committees that will monitor and oversee the activities, and also have a legislative framework, as there is none at the moment. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up from Mpumalanga, Ismail Joseph.
Thank you. Mr. National Chairperson, ladies and gentlemen, fellow delegates, fellow youth of South Africa, Mr. President. Mr. President, I want our people to know how much you did during your tenure as the mayor of the city of Johannesburg to fight corruption. Your unyielding, unwavering dedication to curing this cancer has set a high standard for us all. As we stand on the precipice of the 2024 elections, recognizing that the fight against corruption requires innovative solutions, and while I endorse the amendments posed, I would like to propose some further solutions. Firstly, let us establish an anti-corruption court, akin to specialized courts in South Africa like the Equality Court. This court will have a singular focus to expedite corruption cases, consisting of judges trained in the intricacies of corruption cases, thus ensuring the swift and strong hand of justice. Cases will be prioritized, and a clear message will echo like a chorus that corruption will not be tolerated in South Africa. Secondly, we must strengthen our partnerships with international organizations and foreign governments to track and to repatriate stolen assets, as demonstrated by countries like Switzerland and the United Kingdom. We are not an isolated island in the battle against corruption. Like the American Magnitsky Act, we should consider implementing sanctions against private individuals involved in corruption, blocking their bank accounts, and graylisting them on an international basis, akin to the SWIFT system. This would prevent them from continuing illicit activities in other parts of the world. We cannot allow the curse of corruption to roam freely around the globe with mansions in Dubai and yachts in Doha. Delegates, we can fix South Africa. We will and we must fix South Africa. Thank you.
From the Eastern Cape, Velile Daimani.
Greetings to the President and the members present here today, having observed all the protocol. Firstly, my focus would be more on the state institutions. When officials in those institutions that are in charge and the general members of such institutions embark on corrupt practices, they cripple the very institutions that sadly make the lives of the vulnerable more miserable and also result to death. If one can sit down and think how the corruption has led to a number of deaths in South Africa, we're dying like never before. People have never died like the way they are dying now in terms of numbers, as it was even during the apartheid era. What needs to happen, therefore? We need to revisit laws that exempt politicians from being held accountable for the mess they create in these institutions so that they can be criminally charged. Just make a brief example. When we took over the country, government officials and the ruling party came up with a number of what we call concepts and policies that were designed to bring about improvement in as far as service rendering. But instead they created mess. Now, millions were used, so those politicians should be charged for that. You need to charge the accounting officers and officials that enabled the corruption in their respective departments. Ban government officials that involve in corrupt practices so that they don't come back and work for government when they are fired.
Thank you very much. Next, Rami Maloka from Limpopo.
Delegates, we are losing the whistleblowers. We are losing many people that have been put under the witness protection program. Now, how do we protect the whistleblowers or the witnesses in this technology-driven world? I'm going to give example with the ESCOM lady who reported corruption last month. She reported this corruption 7 days after she received a call that from a person who said that he was hired to kill her. Luckily, got intervened. The lady didn't actually believe him until the guy told her that, I can tell you exactly where you are, where you've been for the past 7 days and so forth. Now, I'll call upon our organization to really look at the apps that are easily accessible that you can just download. I'm talking about the apps that you can just download in order to hack anyone's phone, whereby you will know their whereabouts, you can get access into their phones. We need to relook at regulating that space because currently it is not happening. Again, I'm calling upon our organization to relook at some legislation which are contradictory to each other. You will have a policy or a law that will say, that encourage us to report corruption. On the other side, we'll have the other one that talks about the non-disclosure, things that you are not supposed to disclose some of the information. I thank you.
Thank you. Queen Malope from Mpumalanga.
Thanks, Chair. Greetings to all of you. I'm the princess of the Mahlalela Kingdom. Her Royal Highness. I'm interested with the corruption to the system of HR they are using in government, which is PESA. I was fortunately appointed in 1994 to be a consultant for this project. I was the only black woman in that project in the Mpumalanga province. What I've discovered is that until now, the system, they manipulate the system. The unions put a tag on that saying, immediately you appoint a person, the person is forced to take a union. If that person doesn't take a union, the deduction will be doubled. So, yes, the people who have unions, they are paying, let me say 100 Rand. The people who doesn't have unions, they are paying 300 Rand, which means they are pushing employees to join unions. I'm happy as we understand each other with the issue of union at Action SA. There is this deduction again, they call PSABC, Public Service Bargaining Council. They are forcing employees to pay that deduction for them to go and sit and discuss about their salaries. At the end, the discussion doesn't suit the employees. So there are so many deductions which are happening in public service. So it's high time, Actioners, it's high time. Mr. President, we are not turning you to union building. We are going with you to union building. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Princess Pelo, Gauteng.
Good afternoon, leaders. Leaders, corruption is a cancer that is eating South Africa. Therefore, it is up to us as actioners to ensure that we stand up against corruption. And one other thing that we encourage or that we have allowed as South Africans is allowing these tenders. Tenders tend to pop up immediately when there's a job. Why, if a municipality has to hire Princess, it has to pay Joyce so that Joyce can pay Princess? That's so unfair. Labor brokers, they are the cause of this corruption. So therefore, I would say as Action SA, we need to be deliberate that each and every institute that is there, as much as it is independent, we need to have spies. Because if we don't have spies in those bodies or those independent, we will never get to know of the corruption that is happening there. So we have to be deliberate in having spies in those. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up from the Free State, Billy Mklafu. Delegates, please settle down and give the Speaker our attention.
The President, the member of the Senate, colleagues, actioners, ambassadors, and my contemporaries. Corruption is something that which has not started today or the day before yesterday. It has been there for quite a number of years. I will just make simple two examples. One, here is a person who applies for a business site. Then the councillors there would say to him, or the letter that which they will write to that person, apply when this is advertised. But a month thereafter, the very same councillor, some of them, do apply for the very site that which the person has applied for. What is that? And they agree to giving him that site. That's corruption. Number two, in fact, it's an example too. Here is a person who is not a member of the current political regime, applies to have a home, and he's number one on the list, or two or three. But because he's not a member, they put, okay, let me go.
From the Free State, Francis Mokatsa.
Yes. Greetings, Mr. President and all ambassadors. I came here on another angle here. I think we've said enough with corruption, that we must try by all means to get rid of corruption. But also, because we are dealing with human beings, these people that we are talking that are there under public service, they are human beings, and we must also be human enough. Sometimes we must come with remedial actions to assist those that maybe they fall to be victims or on that particular thing, you find themselves now committing corruptions. Like, for instance, if you can check as citizens of South Africa, sometimes we are also the enablers of this corruption, because there must be a corruptee and a person that is doing that thing. There are two people to make this thing okay. So sometimes we must check on ourselves as citizens of the country, that we refrain from allowing the selling of jobs. For instance, in the SABs, there's a lot of outcry that the SABs are incompetent, they don't know what to do, but those jobs are being sold. As we speak, The intake that is going to go now for training, there are lots of exorbitant funds that are being paid for those, our children to be enlisted in the subs. So we must not give those children the money to buy jobs. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Your next speaker from Mpumalanga, Tuli Khoza. Sorry, that is the next name on my list. Speakers table. You would like me to move on to the next name? Mr. Motibe from the Free State, am I right? Ibrahim Fasahi, the third name. Speakers table, please help me out, but do continue.
Actioners. Hier is net vir my 'n byvoeging. As ons na mekaar kyk, dan sien ons families. As ons praat van korrupsie, dan praat ons van ons almal se families word geraak hierdeur. Ons kan vinnig praat van wit rasisme en die apartheidstelsel, maar niemand praat van the black racism under die ANC nie. En dit is die waarheid. As ons vandag hier sit en ons dink dat jy ook gaan wil korrup wees, ek het nuus vir jou, dan hoor jy nie van jou goed en gaan. Nommer 2 is, as ons gaan mense gaan straf, kom ons seize al hulle eiendomme. Ons vat alles wat hulle nou besit. Dan gaan nie weer betaal word as hulle by die huis is vir die verhoor nie. En 15 jaar, asseblief president, nee. Kyk hoeveel families word seer gemaak deur korrupsie. 25 jaar, ja. Niks anders nie. Mense, en ons moet mekaar help. As daar iets is soos korrupsie, praat nou. Ek beklei nou alreeds, persoonlik, 14 jaar. En al die korrupte ouens is nog steeds in Kimberley, in province. But I'll never give up. This fight. Action. Never give up a good fight.
Thank you. Our next speaker is a name I've been looking for the last 2.5 days. Snowy Kennedy from Limpopo.
Thank you. My submission is that standing up to corruption requires ethics, courage, and commitment from leaders who knows the outcomes of a good and clean governance. When Action SA takes over next year, we must ensure that government officials, networks of authorizing corrupt transactions and doing business with the state are all collapsed. The culture of corruption, corrupt officials has been nurtured, overlooked, and allowed because of an incompetent administration failing to conduct oversight on taxpayers' money. Action SA should conduct ruthless assessments and lifestyle audits without fear or favor. There are corrupt activities which are not exposed and harming progress and good governance in this country. I stand here as a former chairperson of SCOPA in Limpopo province, and I stand to endorse the policy on corruption.
Thank you very much indeed, and someone with a legacy that fought wrongdoing and wasn't afraid to stand up to it. Thank you. From Limpopo, David Ramabulala.
Thank you. And all protocols observed. I'm Ramabulana Chaveni David. I'm related to Ramabulana Makado royal family. We are all tired of corruption. And my submission is very simple. We can talk here endlessly until it becomes dark. I think in the 2024 election, we are going to enter into government. Now when we enter, I want Mr. Mashava to appoint a minister of anti-corruption unit. And if it is possible, he can take me Unless, and I want to be heavily guarded. I want to have as many bodyguards as possible because people are getting killed. People are getting poisoned. So, according to me, when I tell people outside when I'm campaigning, I say actioners are suffering from a very dangerous disease. The disease is called corruption-free. And in that we are looking for a medicine called remove ANC in the 2024 election. I thank you.
Thank you very much. We call the season when people want to be appointed to positions, we call it nominitis. And I think we have entered the period of nominitis in Action SA. Our next speaker from Gauteng, Solly Klaas.
We've heard scriptures today. 2 of them have been quoted on corruption, and I'm going to be quoting the 3rd one. This is Romans 13, verse 1, verse 3 and 4 I'll be reading. Verse 1 reads thus: let every person be loyally subject to the governing civil authorities, for there is no authority except from God, by his permission, his sanction, and those that exist do so by God's appointment. Now we know that it is not God who's going to come down to fight corruption. Already, governments have been established by ourselves so that we fight corruption. Now let's go to verse 3. Verse 3 says, for civil authorities are not a terror to people of good conduct, but to those of bad behavior. Would you have not read for who is in authority? Then do what is right, and you'll receive his approval and commendation. So the Bible is clear. Government is supposed to be terror to corruption. Verse 4, for he is God's servant, that's the government. For he is God's servant for your good. But if you do wrong, you should dread him and be afraid. But people are not afraid. That is why corruption is going on and on. So you should dread him and be afraid, for he does not bear and wore the sword for nothing. He is God's servant to execute his wrath, his punishment, his vengeance on the wrongdoer. Thank you.
Thank you. From Limpopo, Brighton Maluleke.
Thank you, Chair, Mr. President, senators, actioners, and the people of South Africa. I am told that we are a constitutional state, but somewhere, somehow, I doubt when I read this booklet in chapter 9, section 181. This section deals with all the organs of the state that strengthen democracy, constitutional democracy. But we are here because of corruption. But I'm afraid because corruption comes from the public service. We don't have public service commissioner. We should be having public service commissioner as an organ of state which falls below commission. Election, what do you call it? Election commission. Because if you don't have that, those people, they crafted this constitution. Cyril was part here. Now, the ANC, they are doing corruption, cadre deployment, nepotism, because you don't have public service commission. Please, as the exodus of Action SA will be moving to Cape Town next year, to the National Assembly and also to the National Council of Provinces, let us go and amend section 181 of the Constitution. Lastly, I will suggest that Action SA digitize this Constitution so that everybody reads and understands. I thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. From Gauteng, Christopher Mohala.
Thank you, Chair. Pardon my voice. I stand here to endorse the draft policy on corruption. First of all, there's no silver bullet for fighting corruption. Corruption must be declared as a public enemy number one. Many countries have made a significant progress in curbing corruption. What's stopping us? When we take over the government of the Republic of South Africa, may we never in any day allow the private sector to significantly influence our decision-making processes and policies. By doing so, we will avert policy and certainty. These days, we have a state capture. What is that? Billions of rands have been spent on state capture. Clientelism as a largely instrument for political relationship between a person of a high socioeconomic status and a person of a lower socioeconomic status, like Zuma and the Guptas. There are a number of factors that we can apply in curbing corruptions. I will only name a few. Reform public administration and finance management. It's to reform focusing and improving finance management and uphold the role of auditing agency we have in order to achieve a greater impact on curbing corruption. Lastly, to promote transparency and access to information. A long tradition of government and openness, transparency and access to information to increase the responsiveness of government bodies. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker, Masupa Lepetatsela.
Greetings, actioners. I am Lepetatsela Masupa from Free State, and I support the introduction of mechanisms that holds political parties accountable for the corrupt activities of their members, including financial penalties, bans, and limitations on running elections. In South Africa, we have political parties that use state funds to fund their political activities. This is corruption, and it should be treated as such. If ANC cadres were arrested, a lot of our money in Free State would have been recovered. This would have set a good example that corruption is a treason. Thank you.
Thank you. From KZN, Siyathemba Nzuza.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. All protocol observed. Mine is very short. It's actually to fully support what Julia have proposed in terms of the red list of individuals and companies, because we seem to have this problem repeatedly happening where companies who have gained through corruptions are still gaining from the organ of state where they are doing business with the state as well. So the proposal from Julia would really prevent these actions or this corruption from happening as well in the future. So mine is to appeal and to ask the delegates that let's vote for this amendment or proposal that was sent by Julia, so that in future we would know that we have prevented corruption from happening. Thank you so much.
Thank you. From Mpumalanga, Sandile Sambo.
Delegates, I'm afraid that the people that need to deal with corruption are not well equipped and trained, which are the police. So I'm suggesting that we review the training curriculum of the police and the amount of time they spend on training, because 6 months to a year is not enough for those people to deal with serious crimes in the country. And the next thing is that morals, social values and ethics needs to be taught or introduced in ECD centers so that we can be able to groom young people to become ethical leaders. Then the other thing I want to share with you is my observation. On the first day of the conference, during one of the tea breaks, I was on the queue just to get coffee. So I was chatting with another gentleman. I said to him, just watch and notice what is happening. In one table, there were Omar Rusk, quite a lot of them. And people, what they would do, they would walk in, grab about 5 or 6 of them, put them in their pockets, and walk away. So what it means, corruption starts here. It doesn't start in parliament or in government. So it starts with us, because if it only benefits you, what about the other people? Then the other thing I also want to share is that when we go out for tea breaks or for lunch, people come late. They are stealing on government's time. Like, for instance, we're stealing on the conference time. So that's what you're going to do when you get into government or public service. So let's make sure that we deal with that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Your next speaker, Councillor Stembelo Majola.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good afternoon once again, conference. I think we can all agree that corruption takes away from the resources meant to develop our communities. The people who benefit from corrupt practices actually steal from the poor. They impede on our development as a society. It is my view that the consequences that we must support in fighting corruption must be equally severe in order to deter people from engaging in corruption. It is for this reason, conference, that I want to endorse this policy on corruption, our draft policy on corruption. Our policy on economic justice already makes provisions that through asset forfeiture, all proceeds of corruption must be transferred to the Opportunity Fund, which will support previously disadvantaged communities. This stance recognizes the injustices of the past. It also makes it possible to use the ill-gotten wealth of the corrupt individuals to address this practice. The truth is, if we want to put an end on corruption, we have to impose harsh consequences. This is why I respectfully disagree with the idea of deducting the value of the proceeds of corruption in order to determine the length of rehabilitation sentence as it is proposed in the amendment. This to me sounds a bit lenient to those who steal from the public purse. I urge you, conference, to approve only those policies that will put an end to corruption. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker from the Free State, Norma Bukwana.
Thank you, Chairperson. I support the increase of the minimum sentence for anyone guilty of corruption in transactions exceeding 500,000 to 15 years imprisonment without the possibility of fine or parole. Corruption must be treated as a treason, because if this was the case, no one would be subjected to criminals like Esma Khashule, who thinks he can lead the people of South Africa through his newly established political party. Under his leadership, Free State lost more than 1.6 billion through bogus and incomplete projects that were created to enrich his cabal with projects such as Free-Aided Dairy Farm, the asbestos, and the bogus website that never worked. All these were part of the Zondo Commission's investigation, but the report was never implemented. Even though the commission cost us billions of rands, ANC has created a culture of unaccountability, where embezzlement is the order of the day. This is the reason why I support this policy. Thank you.
Boitumelo Molefe, Gauteng.
Thank you, Chairperson. My name is Bitumelo Molefe, Gauteng Youth Secretary. As a political party that is intentional about leading South Africa, we must demonstrate strong and political will to eradicate corruption. Corruption has devastating effects on poor people. It costs governments millions money that could be spent on service delivery. To say that those convicted of corruption must serve their sentence by contributing to government-led social development projects would be an insult to those who suffer at the hands of criminals. We must call them for who they are, criminals who steal from innocent citizens. In our first few years of governing, to restore South Africa, we need to ensure that we are firm and we are intentional with how we treat matters of such. Criminals of corruption, especially bribery, embezzlement, fraud, abuse of power over resources, and nepotism, must receive harsh imprisonment and seizure of assets must be levied against them to optimize anti-corruption efforts. It is for this reason I believe that we must live up to our principle of the rule of law. We must ensure that it is enforced harshly to those who undermine our state at large. With that said, I do not endorse the amendment on COC Pro 99 and stand that it should not be endorsed. I thank you.
Thank you very much. And your final speaker on this matter, Anton Kanyile, KZN.
Okay. Gitsan Monan. On the top of corruption, I think everybody here, so few people they not have a corruption. The most of them, they have a corruption. So now, how can we stop this corruption? The corruption starts from the top and will be stopped from the top. What I mean, the corruption is starting from the government or from the president. If the President Mashaba is going to as a South African president, have to be stopped the corruption. If you know engezuba corrupt, once the president become corrupt, the corruption will not stop. So how to stop a corruption? Number one, ukuthi uhulumeni uqobo, government uqobo or president have to be uhola mhlawumbe athi stop ekuholeni until azaqeda corruption. Lokho kuyokwenza ukuthi akwazi ukulwa ne-corruption. But if still uhola imali ye-corruption, ngoba untshontshe imali yakasazi, untshontshe imali yamantheli bentela, that means it's a corruption. So to fight a corruption, ama-wages, ama-salaries, abo bonke abantu abakuhulumeni, awalingane. Alingane nabantu umuntu ofundisa ugrade R, alingane nawo othisha. Ukuze futhi babekelwe imali ukuthi if bephuma bengeyenzanga i-corruption, okusho lo mali leyo akade bebekelwa yona bayoyithola. Uma akade benza i-corruption abasayithola. Number 3, wonke umuntu olapha kuhulumeni akwenziwe sure ukuthi akakwazi ukuthi athathe imali yakhe ayibeke ngaphandle mhlawumbe ko-America or wherever overseas. Akayibeke le South Africa ukuze kwazi ukulwa ne-corruption. If kuwukuthi yena uqobo enza i-corruption, lo mali yakhe ngeke asahola. Injani ndaba?
Ladies and gentlemen, we have concluded our final debate. Give yourselves a round of applause. We have a few amendments to work through, so allow us to begin that process. Amendment 1 is on the screen. It is reference CORR 49. Introduce a red list of companies and individuals currently under investigation for corruption and/or fraud. Ensure that bid adjudication committees consider the red list and implement additional due diligence mechanisms on companies and individuals on the list. Colleagues, a query was raised with me to clarify. The red list doesn't mean someone cannot bid or be awarded. It means there has to be additional scrutiny because there are questions about that company that may have been raised in the public domain. So I think from a legal standpoint, the lawyers are happy, and I think we can proceed to continue. In that regard, may I ask all those who are in favor to raise their green cards? Green cards for the red list. Thank you very much. You can lower your hands. All those who are opposed, please raise the red card. The amendment carries. Thank you very much. If we can go to Amendment 2, and one of the previous speakers did make an observation, colleagues, which I think we do need to flag as there is potentially a contradiction. Yesterday we approved a policy on economic justice where we said the Opportunity Fund when we retrieve money from corrupt arrangements and asset forfeiture, it must go into the Opportunity Fund. This does have something of a contradiction, and I think I must just draw that to your attention by way of funding from asset forfeiture type efforts. But with that in mind, colleagues, we put it to a vote. Amendment 2 reads as follows: convert the monetary value of assets stolen or misused by convicted government officials into a corresponding number of years to be served in rehabilitation projects. 2, deduct any recovered assets or money from the total value to determine the length of the rehabilitation sentence. Number 3, require those convicted of corruption to serve their sentence by contributing to government-led social development projects. And number 4, direct the efforts of officials convicted of corruption towards the physical construction of schools, houses, and other community infrastructure. Delegates, I think it speaks for itself. Those in favor, please raise your green cards. Thank you. You can lower your hands. Please raise your red cards if you're opposed. The amendment is defeated. Thank you very much. Is that the second and final amendment? Thank you very much. Colleagues, what is left for me to do is to put the policy on combating corruption to the policy conference as amended by the one amendment we have accepted. All those in favor of passing the policy on combating corruption as amended, please raise your green cards. Thank you. May lower your hands. If you're opposed, your red card. We have a policy on combating corruption. Congratulations. Ladies and gentlemen, it is left for me to deliver a vote of thanks, which I would like to do very briefly before we get to the moment you've all been waiting for, which is the closing speech from our President. Let me work through this list, and I'd like to start with Adriaan Gerber and his production team at the back there, as well as Adolf Spannenberg and his team from VNS 247. You know, service providers are not typically people you pay thanks to in this manner, but when service providers go out of the way to make sure an event is a success, and they do everything they can to ensure that this project succeeds, they deserve all of our appreciation. Thank you very much to you all. Some of you may not know, but it was Adolf Spannenberg's studio at VNS 247 where Action SA was launched 3 years, 2 weeks, and 2 days ago. So we go back a long way. I would also like to thank our sign language interpreter once again, Vincent Johanne. Thank you so much for taking on this responsibility. Thank you for doing it with such dedication, and thank you for ensuring that more people could participate in this process. Thank you. I would like to thank the team at the speakers table. It was a team who were involved in packing your delegate packs, but it was also a team that had to endure a lot of anger whenever we had to shut the speakers list. Thank you for handling with such grace and dignity, and thank you for ensuring people got the ability to debate and engage. I would also like to thank our Senate. Particularly, we have spent weeks and weeks planning this policy conference and engaging our Senate to ensure that every decision was taken in the best interest of our delegates and giving them the best possible experience that they could have here. For your leadership, particularly to the provincial chairpersons, it is hugely appreciated. Thank you very much. The draft policy proposals that you have been debating for the last 3 days took a lot longer than 3 days to develop. They took weeks and weeks and months, and there were policy teams that have been involved in processes at a professional and an expert level, but also at an interprovincial level with many of our delegates here today. Thank you for your work, and thank you for making sure that we could receive such good debates and such good policies to discuss here over the last 3 days. Thank you very much. I need to pay tribute to the team of staff that have worked around the clock to make this policy conference a success. There are too many people to try and name all of them, so I'm not going to, but there are a few people I need to single out. Our Director of Communications, Samkelo Mgobozi, has worked tirelessly to make sure that members of the media are treated with respect and dignity and are in a position to communicate our good work here to the South African people. Thank you, Sam. Our national spokesperson, Lerato Ngobeni. Even if you don't pay attention to the weeks of preparation that she put into this process, just the recordings of every video, every announcement to the podium, her studio at the back where she's been taking people live to the South African people over the last 3 days speaks volumes of the warmth of her heart. Thank you, Lerato. Dr. Nasipi Moya. I think that applause probably says it best. But there is not a delegate who has arrived at this event who did not do so through her hard work, her logistical arrangements, her planning, and the extent to which it was a comfortable experience and a well-planned experience was all down to her. Thank you, Nasipi. Johan Kricher. Johan is the policy expert who has been involved in this process from inception. Every word in a draft policy proposal that you have in front of you was written personally by Johan. He was the one who made sure that every expert opinion that was worth including and every engagement with our structures found expression in these documents. That was a process that took months, countless hours, and many nights of no sleep. Johan, we pay tribute to you. Thank you. The last person I pay tribute to is one of the most unsung hero of Action SA, Andre Kutsia. Andre was there when we founded the People's Dialogue and Action SA, and he has worked around the clock on every single element that you see in front of you today. There's not one part of this policy conference that has not been made successful by his hand. Thank you, Andre. Two more thanks to go, please bear with me. The second to last one is a very special one, because it may not be known to all of you, but this entire policy conference was through the financial support of the Mashaba family. And as I ask all of our delegates to sit, may I please ask our First Lady and First Daughter to stand. And finally, the biggest appreciation to you, the delegates of this policy conference. All the elements of this policy conference mean nothing if we do not have people who come from the different communities of our country and bring their perspectives and bring their experiences and speak for the communities that they know and love. And my goodness, you have done that with such passion and commitment over the last 3 days. We talk about diversity as a party, but I watched one speaker after the next come to that podium and speak for different people, different ages, different races, different genders, different religious backgrounds, and it just shows how we are building a broad church in this party. I thank you for your contributions. The final product of this policy conference is entirely your doing. Thank you very much.
And now, delegates, after 3 days of robust, constructive, and productive engagement, to conclude our historic inaugural policy conference, ladies and gentlemen, manene na manenekazi, please rise and help me give a warm welcome to Tatani Herman Mashaba, our president.
Not yet to Uhuru. Not yet to Uhuru. Distinguished guests, members of the media, and most importantly, my fellow delegates, today it's a historic day for Action SA on our journey to fix South Africa. When we launched Action SA on the 29th of August 2020 to fix this country, during the height of the COVID-19 pandemic, many dismissed us. We were told that we'd struggle to build our support and barely attain seats in city councils. We were told that we'd struggle to build structures that would barely survive a year. We were told that we lacked depth of leadership and would never be in government. But in 2021, we proved them wrong. In many eyes, we did the impossible. We emerged as the 6th largest political party nationally, despite only contesting in 6 out of the 278 municipalities. And in every municipality we contested, we dramatically reduced the support of the ruling party. Ladies and gentlemen, this inaugural policy conference, roughly 3 years since we launched, is another milestone marking our continued growth. We came together from all corners of this country to provide solutions to fix our country, South Africa. We did not provide pie-in-the-sky answers to the country's problems, but embraced practical solutions that, if and when implemented, will radically change South Africa forever. Solutions that will help us achieve a South African dream of a more prosperous future. Our focus was not on the problems we face, but on the opportunities ahead. Because the South African dream, a vision for a better, more abundant, prosperous South Africa, is possible. And we did so in true Action SA spirit. Our delegates were on time, friendly, and kind. Not a single chair was thrown. We deliberated rigorously without attacking each other personally. Where we lost debates, we accepted the outcome. Where we won arguments, we didn't hold it over each other. We remained humble and we remain self-reflective. Delegates, you were truly exceptional. And we also changed our minds. When engaged with counter-arguments, we evaluated every idea and decided on which one was best. Our sessions were fully open to the media to attend. Nothing was hidden, because we are not ashamed of anything. We have nothing to hide. We set an example of transparency for other political parties to follow. And collectively, we decided on the best course of action, providing policies that will meaningfully improve the lives of our people. Delegates, today, the outcome of this policy conference represents a comprehensive agenda to fix South Africa that this country has never seen before. These policies will undo the harmful legacy of the ruling party. Our policy conference delegates approved that when Action SA takes the government in 2024, on day one, we will reduce the size of the cabinet to approximately 20 members. There will be no more space for freeloaders who enjoy cabinet perks. There will be no deputy ministers, and their salaries will instead go towards service delivery. What do we need deputy ministers for? Every senior government manager on every level of government will undergo skills audit to ensure that they are fit for the job. Those people in positions to steal from the state will be removed. Senior office bearers, senior officials, and those engaged in the supply chain management will face regular lifestyle audits, which will happen soon after we take office. Unlike what we've seen with our current government. Delegates, we are unashamedly in our support for the empowerment of Black South Africans, and will be unashamed in our pursuit to achieve it. But this week, the conference approved that when we take office, we will repeal the BBBE Act of 2003 and replace it with a comprehensive package of interventions under our own policy called Inclusive Economic Empowerment. I just want you, please, to note this. Our policy is called what? inclusive economic empowerment. When this policy is implemented, inclusive economic empowerment, we'll see the launch of a massive opportunity fund which will fundamentally reduce inequality in South Africa. It will provide millions of funding for entrepreneurs so that South African youth can launch the next Black Like Me. We will help fund tertiary education and ignite massive public construction to make life for the most marginalized in our society easier. And we will introduce a competitive and decentralized energy market, allowing the private sector to fill in the current gap in electricity generation. We will eradicate corruption at ESCOM, allowing us to bring rolling blackouts in South Africa. When we take over government, our policy conference approved that we will restore the rule of law in South Africa so that the economy can grow and create jobs. Life sentence will mean what? Life sentence. Prisoners will provide productive labor that benefits society, and violent criminals, including rapists, will be denied bail. We will stop prosecuting the victims of drug abuse, ensuring that drug dealers are arrested and families receive the support they need to deal with this disease. Our people will finally be able to walk freely in our streets. Delegates, after years of illegal immigration, we will secure our borders. Everyone who is in South Africa will have the paperwork to be here in our country. And if people want to come to our country, they will have to obey our laws. There will be no excuses. Action SA delegates approved that Action South Africa will use foreign policy to benefit the needs of our people. ZANU-PF officials who reigned Zimbabwe will not be allowed to even have bank accounts in our country, South Africa. We will reform education, ensuring that our basic education system develops school leavers who have the skills to pursue prosperity. Our delegates approved that we work towards ensuring that every single South African has the opportunity to access higher education. Action SA believes that education is the key to helping people out of poverty. Action SA will introduce a voluntary year of service for young people without the path to education or an immediate job offer, helping them to gain the additional skills to enter the job market and address our disastrously high unemployment rate. We will work towards ensuring that every single employee in South Africa receives the dignity they deserve. At every level of government, we will push for the insourcing of all core service staff and permanent workers, subject to a financial and feasibility assessment. When we do these things, millions and millions of jobs will be created, inequality will be reduced, and lives will be improved. South Africans will see action in every sphere of their lives. Delegates, this will be possible when we take government next year. After these 3 days of discussions, the solutions will transform South Africa into a prosperous future for future generations. Our policies will achieve our South African dream. action is possible. But the real work starts today. When we live here today, every single one of us, every single activist in this room and at home has the duty to take these solutions to their homes and their communities. As Professor William Gumede told us yesterday, we will have to be at every community event and disaster, actively showing voters what can be achieved when Action SA takes over government. We should not wait only to bring action when we are in government next year, but bring action in our communities today. If we do this, we'll be able to mobilize a movement across South Africa, compelling millions of unregistered and disenfranchised voters to vote for Action SA in 2024. Every South African will know that their vote can help bring about the South African dream. That their vote will remove the ruling party and bring prosperity to all our people. Delegates, next year, Action SA will shock again. We will emerge victorious. Many will say we achieved the impossible. We wouldn't have fundamentally changed South Africa for the better. With your help, we wouldn't have started to fix South Africa. Because we can and we will fix our country. This is the only beginning of South African story. Because we will fix South Africa. Because we will fix South Africa. Because we can fix South Africa. I thank you.
Masaba kaufele, aber Masaba kaufele gan, Sammelso Seganka. Masaba kaufele, aber Masaba kaufele go, Sammelso Masaba kaufele gan, Sammelso Masaba kaufele, Masaba kaufele wo, Masaba kaufele, Masaba kaufele wo, Sammelso. Masaba kaufele, Masaba kaufele bo, Sammelso.
Tio, 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 Mama, Tio, 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 Mama, Tio, Kutsa, 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 Pascal Tunya, Kutsa, 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 Pascal Tunya, Lende Sienza yo, Lende Sienza yo, Lende Sienza yo, Valo. Lende sienza yo, lende sienza yo, lende sienza yo, valo, hawo valo valo tololo, valo valo tololo, wosa, valo valo tololo, valo. Haye valo valo tololo, valo valo tololo, valo valo tololo, valo. Lende sienza yo, lende sienza yo, lende sienza yo, valo. Aye, valo, valo, tololo, valo, valo, tololo, valo, valo, tololo, valo. Aye, valo, valo, tololo, valo, valo, tololo, valo, valo, tololo, valo. Lende sienza yo, lende sienza yo, lende sienza yo, valo. Siti lende sienza yo, lende sienza yo, lende sienza yo, valo. Aye, valo, valo, tololo, valo, valo, tololo, valo, valo, tololo, valo. Au, valo, valo, tololo, valo, valo, tololo, valo, valo, tololo, wosa. Lende sienza yo, lende sienza yo, lende sienza yo, valo. Lende sienza yo, lende sienza yo, lende sienza yo, valo. Aye, valo, valo, tololo, valo, valo, tololo, valo, valo, tololo, valo. Ete valo, valo, tololo, valo, valo, tololo, valo, valo, tololo, valo. Ah, Tio, 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 Mama, Tio, 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 Mama, Tio, Kutsa, 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 Pascal Tunya, Kutsa, 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 Pascal Tunya, Hi, hi, yo. Hi, hi, yo. Idolo pencil, idolo pencil. Hiso chinde ngalale, hiso chinde ngalale, itolo pesu, hiso chinde ngalale, hiso chinde ngalale, hay hay yo, hay hay yo, itolo pesu. phezu isochinde ngalale isochinde ngalale isochinde ngalale isochinde ngalale hayayo hayayo umashaba uyisocha umashaba uyisocha upomonti uyisocha pomonti uyisocha umnqongo uyisocha umnqongo uyisocha ungobeni uyisocha ungobeni uyisocha umangupe uyisocha umangupe uyisocha ulidikha uyisocha ulidikha uyisocha umishali uyisocha umishali uyisocha FIFA action say FIFA amandla okay
Action